Latest U.S. attacks on Iran were carried out in honor of several American service members killed over the weekend. They died when Iran attacked a U.S. base in Jordan. The BBC's Yolande Nell.
The U.S. has reportedly begun sending more warplanes to the Middle East, even as the Secretary of State, Marco Rubio, has said Washington remains open to a diplomatic solution. The U.S. Central Command said that its overnight targets included Iranian military command centers and missile and drone launch sites. Iranian media reported explosions in several cities. Later, Kuwait said it was intercepting hostile Iranian drone attacks, and warning sirens sounded in Bahrain. The Strait of Hormuz remains the focus of tensions. Iran claims to have hit 2 oil tankers, taking what was described an unsafe southern route through the waterway. There are separate reports of a vessel on fire in the area.
Gas prices are up, now averaging $4 a gallon, according to AAA. Posting on Truth Social, President Trump writes that Republicans should add Iran to the Russian sanctions bill. The president has presented the World Cup trophy to Spain. The Spaniards defeating Argentina in the World Cup final at New Jersey's MetLife Stadium. Congratulations, Mr. and Mrs. Vance. It's a boy.
The second couple announced the birth of their newborn son on social media on Sunday. Alec Neil Vance is the first child born to a sitting vice president in more than 150 years. Alec joins older Vance siblings Ewan, Vivek, and Mirabelle. The vice president's growing family is in keeping with his passionate advocacy for Americans to have more children.
And that's correspondent Andrew Stewart. Watching Wall Street this morning, so far, stock futures pointing to a higher open. The Dow futures up 154 points. NASDAQ futures almost 200 points higher. More on these stories, townhall.com.
The following is a real-life story from Trinity Debt Management.
When I was feeling the stress of too much credit card debt, I looked at 2 different options, debt settlement and debt management. They may sound the same, but guess what? They're not. Debt settlement seemed like a quick fix, but I found out it would destroy my credit, create tax headaches, and hit me with huge fees. They actually told me to stop paying my bills. No way, not me. Then I turned to a debt management plan developed by the team at Trinity. They worked with my creditors, lowered my payments, reduced my interest, saved me thousands, and paid off my debt. And Trinity is a Christian company, which is important to me.
If credit card debt has you down, call Trinity at 1-800-990-6976.
My name is Heather. Please forget debt settlement and remember Trinity Debt Management.
1-800-990-6976.
Rescuers are hard at work in Peru in the aftermath of a devastating natural disaster.
An announcer on Peru's government TV describes the homes and buildings that collapsed when a 5.5 magnitude earthquake struck Peru's Andes region Saturday night. Peru's National Civil Defense Institute says several people are dead. The total number of people missing is not known. In the town of Chupaca, Adalina Espinosa says she, her husband, and children left for her mother's house, which had already been completely destroyed. She says, "We got her out." One of the hardest hit regions is Chongo Bajo, where residents huddled under blankets outside damaged homes. Animals could be seen beneath the rubble. I'm Donna Warder.
Congo's health ministry says at least 930 people have died in the country's Ebola outbreak. Fatalities recorded out of the 2,344 confirmed cases. Townhall.com. The life of an outstanding female athlete has been cut short.
Authorities say a rising pro boxer who was riding her bike on a country road in Texas is dead after a motorist drove by her, stopped, and then reversed into her. Brazos County Sheriff's Office says 26-year-old Hannah Rapp was riding with another person when she was hit. Authorities say 31-year-old Charles Medina passed Rapp before stopping and then reversing. Investigators aren't sure what the motive may have been. Medina was arrested and charged with manslaughter. Rapp was considered one of the top new female boxers in America. Jason Walker reporting.
Andy Burnham is set to become the UK's new Prime Minister, succeeding the wildly unpopular Keir Starmer. Burnham, the only candidate for Labour Party leader, will be the UK's 7th Prime Minister since 2016. More on these stories, townhall.com.
Washington is wasting $500 million every year on a federal supervision system that doesn't work. Probation officers are overwhelmed. Resources are going to people who pose zero threat, while actual dangerous individuals slip through the cracks. The Safer Supervision Act stops the waste and refocuses every dollar on protecting families from harm. President Trump's own pollster found about 80% of Trump voters want this fixed. It's time for Congress to get this done. Stop the waste. Protect our communities. Visit safersupervision.com. Paid for by the Reform Action Fund.
Trouble getting to sleep and staying asleep is infuriating. Your mind races, you toss and turn. Nutrition company Healthy Cell created REM sleep to help you quickly fall asleep, stay asleep, and sleep deep. Unlike other supplements that don't work, REM sleep is not a pill. It's a gel you swallow with ultra-absorption of science-backed ingredients supporting all 4 stages of sleep. Go to healthycell.com and use code GODZILLA for 20% off your first order. Risk-free. Love it or your money back. Guaranteed. Healthycell.com. Code GODZILLA.
Now more than ever, it's imperative to support companies that share our conservative values. That's why I can't be more excited to tell you that I've switched my family to Patriot Mobile. Patriot Mobile is America's only Christian conservative wireless provider. When you switch to Patriot Mobile, you shift your support away from the leftist, woke, progressive agendas of Big Mobile. Patriot Mobile's wireless service works perfectly and seamlessly as you go about your lives with exceptional nationwide coverage that uses the same towers the main carriers use. Patriot Mobile donates a portion of every dollar earned to causes you care about, to organizations that fight for religious freedom, First and Second Amendments, sanctity of life, and the needs of veterans and first responders. Patriot Mobile has plans to fit any budget, along with great discounts for our veterans and first responder heroes, as well as multi-line users. Switching is easy. Just go to patriotmobile.com/Godzilla or call their U.S.-based customer service team, 972-PATRIOT. That's 972-728-7468. Use offer code Godzilla for free activation.
The Cats and Cosby Show.
It's the top news of the day.
People are out there saying, oh, the Iranians are never going to live by it. But let me tell you something. President Trump is going to bomb them again if they screw around.
Hopefully they live up to it. And if not, the pounding's coming. We're going to do it again and again and again.
The Cats and Cosby Show, weekdays 5 Eastern, 4 Central on the stations of the John Fredericks Media Network.
Trump is the toughest president we ever had.
Well, he's definitely the best bomber.
What if you had a plan to build income outside your job? At Lifestyles Unlimited, you'll learn how people are investing in real estate to grow their income and make smarter financial choices one property at a time. Right now, join us for just $297. That's a savings of $443 off our real estate education program. Text RADIO to 88007. That's RADIO to 88007. Presented by Lifestyles Unlimited.
Everybody's talking about weight loss injections because the results are so dramatic. They work by lowering blood sugar and reducing appetite. So, what if you're looking to lose weight but not interested in painful weekly injections, especially when you hear about some of those intense side effects? That's why doctors created a weight loss supplement called Lean, and the results are remarkable. The ingredients studied in Lean have been shown to lower your blood sugar, burn fat by converting it into energy, and curb your appetite and cravings, so you're not as hungry. But listen, Lean is not for the casual dieter with only a few pounds to lose. The doctors at Brickhouse Nutrition created Lean for frustrated dieters with 10 or more pounds to lose. Get started with 20% off and free rush shipping so you can add Lean to your healthy diet and exercise plan. Go to takelean.com and enter the code Godzilla for your discount. That's discount code Godzilla at takelean.com.
Well, happy morning, everybody. Happy morning. I said happy morning, Larry. Happy Monday. It is happy morning, too. Every day is happy morning. All the days that end with a Y. This is the John Fredericks Media Network. I'm Dan Hobgood. Time for a look at, among other things, weather and sports. We'll start, as we always do, with where I am in Richmond, Virginia. High today of 84. We'll take that over 100 degrees. Low this evening is 72. Going to be humid. I should just stop saying that. Why am I saying that? It's always humid in the summer around here on the East Coast. Right now, the temperature 71 degrees. The Squirrels lose a series against Erie at home at CarMax Park over the weekend. In D.C., you're looking at a high today of 87, a low tonight of 74, possible storms. Right now, the temperature in the nation's capital, 69 degrees. Nats win a wild, and I mean wild, series over the weekend against the A's in California. I think one night it was 23-4, another night it was 15-1 the other way. I mean, just a wild series, but congratulations, Nats and Nats fans. In Atlanta, you're looking at a high today of 93, a low this evening of 72. Right now, the temperature in Georgia, 74 degrees. The Braves win their series over the weekend against the Rangers at home. Nashville, you're looking at a high today of 91, a low tonight of 74. Right now in Middle Tennessee, the temperature is 73 degrees. Philadelphia, high today of 86, a low tonight of 69. Right now, the temperature in the city of brotherly love, Mario Lemieux, 66 degrees. The Phils win one and drop one against the Mets over the weekend. In Morgantown, you're looking at a high today of 86, a low tonight of 68. Right now, the temperature is a Dan Hobgood. I love this. 59 degrees in Bygod, West Virginia. And last but not least, my Yinzers in Pittsburgh, you're looking at a high today of 85, a low tonight of 69. Right now, the temperature also, Dan Hobgood approved. Dan Hobgood approved, 57 degrees. The Buccos win their series against the Cleveland whatchamacallums over the weekend. Hey, folks, keep your eyes on Esmerlin Valdez. He looks like he could be a real diamond in the rough. Wow. And Spain is your World Cup winner, downing Argentina by the not at all common score in soccer of 1-0. Spain, of course, wins the coveted World Cup trophy, plus control over the means of production. Bringing you today's weather and sports update is the Godzilla Wins radio show for the best insight, analysis, and picks. Watch and listen to Godzilla Wins Saturday mornings from 9 to 11 all across the John Fredericks Media Network. Plus, to get John's daily sports picks, go to GodzillaWins.com. Once again, that's GodzillaWins.com. And now for a few words to the wise. At the end of last week, if you remember, I said that we'd tackle some modern-day terminology that leaves something to be desired. Today, I thought we'd start with the phrase social justice. And look, before we start, I should say that the fundamental philosophical inquiry is always the question, what? What are we talking about? What is it? What do we mean by, in this case, quote-unquote, social justice? To evaluate anything, we need to know what its nature is. Observe even that subsequent questions are variations upon the question what. Why? For what? How? By what? Where? To what? Etc. Back to so-called social justice, though. The nomenclature is immediate cause for concern for a couple reasons. To begin with, the word social is needlessly redundant. Justice, being a political objective, is inherently social to begin with. Moreover, justice, as we've alluded to and addressed already, is a moral and ethical virtue as is. Why would we modify the idea? How would we do so without compromising its integrity? Of course, what we find out is that quote-unquote social justice isn't about justice at all, but rather trying to right at least perceived historical wrongs for the benefit of individuals who are not themselves actually aggrieved. Accordingly, what quote-unquote social justice warriors tell us is that person A mistreated person B, but because they're no longer around, we're going to punish person C and reward person D, as person C reminds us of person A and person D reminds us of person B. Essentially, the message of quote-unquote social justice is that two wrongs do make a right. The great Ayn Rand coined a term for ideas that were totally invalid and unnecessary. Words or terms that, aside from explaining away, we should excise from our vocabulary. She called them anti-concepts. And quote-unquote social justice is one of these. It makes no sense, and we already have a perfectly useful term for what quote-unquote social justice refers to. Injustice. That'll do for today, folks. This has been Dan Hobgood for the John Fredericks Media Network. Outside the Box with the Ox is next, followed by the one, the only, Godzilla of Truth, Oracle of the Deplorables, John Fredericks on The John Fredericks Show. Stay tuned, everybody.
Headline Headline, CNN. TPS ruling may bring serious economic consequences. Last week, the U.S. Supreme Court ruled that temporary protection status, TPS, can be revoked by the president. A little over 1 million people are covered by TPS from 17 countries, but there is particular interest in those here from Haiti. Earthquakes and political violence creating existential threats to Haitians resulted in previous presidents allowing mass refugee asylum here. Remember the scare a couple of years ago?
CBS News confirmed team has looked into claims by Senator J.D. Vance and Trump running mate that Haitian immigrants in Ohio are eating pets.
We've heard from a number of constituents on the ground, Caitlin, who both firsthand and secondhand reports saying this stuff is happening.
Headline, Daily Caller. GOP rep demands open-ended deportation shield for 350,000 Haitians. New York Congressman Mike Lawler now wants Haitians to be allowed to stay because he says over a third of them are key to his state's healthcare industry and that it's inhumane to send them back due to, quote, humanitarian and political disaster there. Headline, Outside the Box with the Ox. Supreme Court allows Trump to save the Haitian people trapped in their home country plagued by natural disaster, violence, sickness, and poverty by sending them back their 120,000 professional healthcare workers unfairly held in asylum here by the Obama and Biden administrations. Thanks to Ox listener Rocco for inspiration on today's Outside the Box with the Ox, heard in the Eastern Time Zone and now in West Virginia on the John Fredericks Media Network.
John Fredericks.
It is the most egregious thing I've seen in a lifetime.
President Trump.
The whole thing is ridiculous.
When politics start getting wild,
they want to have every single thing that you don't want. Raise taxes, men and women's sports. They're going to open up their border.
Trump hits the speed dial.
Thank you for calling in on such short notice.
You came first, John.
Wake up with the John Fredericks Show weekday morning, 6 Eastern, 5 Central on JFMN.TV, the massive J-Fred radio network, and all across the socials.
You came first, John. Thank you very much, and you do a great job.
Right now, download the new WV Sports Nation app from the Apple Store or Google Play and get the entire Mountaineers sports world in the palm of your hand. Right now, get notified when new stories drop about your favorite Mountaineers teams and athletes. Download the WV Sports Nation app right now. Get updates on next level Mountaineers like Weatherholt and Joe Mazzulla. All that and more right in your pocket right now. Download the new WV Sports Nation app from the Apple Store or Google Play. Download the app right now.
You hear a lot about weight loss injections because the results are dramatic, but injections aren't for everyone. So doctors created a new generation weight loss supplement. This is non-prescription lean, and the science behind it is impressive. The studied ingredients in lean are intended to address weight loss in 3 powerful ways: help maintain healthy blood sugar, help control appetite, and help convert fat into energy so you burn it faster.
Get 20% off with discount code Godzilla at TakeLean.com. Code Godzilla at TakeLean.com.
Live from the studios of the John Fredericks Media Network, it's the John Fredericks Show. Grab yourself a cup of 1775 coffee, sit back, and get ready for the best 4 hours of talk in the universe. To be part of the show, just call our toll-free number, 888-480-5646. And now, here's the Godzilla of Truth, the Oracle of the Deplorables, the man about whom John Stamos once said, "Now there's a good-looking dude," John Fredericks.
And now, your winners of FIFA World Cup 2026 and the champions of the world for a second time, Spain! Jason Rodriguez.
Well, it's great to have you on the John Fredericks Media Network and all the John Fredericks radio apps. I am your Godzilla of the truth in America, your oracle of the deplorables. Thanks for being with us. Trump, as you, those of you that saw it, those of you that heard it, a little bit of music presenting the medals to the winners, Spain. Also shook hands with the Argentina folks as well, gave them medals. What a game. All I can say is it was a phenomenal tournament, probably the best we've ever had in the world. Everything going right down to the wire, and wow, it was just absolutely fantastic. This game, and of course 1-0. And if you watched it, we watched the whole game. It was very exciting. 22 shots on goal by Spain, 2 shots on goal by Argentina, and those came in the last 8-9 minutes of the game. They only had 2 shots on goal. So Spain should have won that game. They pressured him, but the goalie for Argentina was phenomenal. He stopped everything until finally one got through. There were 2 other goals that were disallowed. Both were offside, so one by a hair. Guy's shoulder was just over it. Well, that game would have been over in regulation, but great game to watch, and congratulations to Spain. They were the better team. They deserved to win the tournament. They went the entire tournament. I'm not really a soccer fan, but they went the entire tournament without being scored on one time. I don't know how you do that, but their defense, incredible offensive pressure. And but Argentina hung in there. They were just trying to get to, and they were playing one short. They're a very physical team. They got the red card, so they were playing a short guy, only 10 people on the field through the last 30 minutes of the overtime. It was tied at 0-0. Argentina was playing for shootout. They knew if they got to the shootout, they were likely to win that game with Messi. And I think Spain is like 3 for 10 in shootouts, and Argentina was something like 15-3 or 15-2, like a miraculous record. So they were playing for the shootout. Didn't quite turn out for them. Too much pressure, but 22 shots on goal to 2, you should win that game. So Spain deserved to win, no doubt about it. I thought the president was great, and a lot of people blasting the halftime show. I thought the halftime show was better than the Super Bowl. There was no politics in it. There was no nonsense. I mean, you had Madonna, you had Jason Bieber, or Justin Bieber, whatever his name is. I thought it was, you had the K-pop. I thought the halftime show was great. I don't know what everybody was complaining about. I thought the commercials were better than the Super Bowl. The thing I loved about this is there was no left-wing wokeism in this whole thing. There was zero, right? From the halftime show right down. So, this was a tremendous stage that the United States put on, and Canada and Mexico. And of course, Scheinblum and Carney were there, as they should, as they were participants in the North American FIFA Cup. But so many games were great. So many went to right down to the wire. The knockouts were fabulous. And I think it gave all Americans a different appreciation of soccer, the way it's played in Europe and across the globe. And President Trump there the whole time. He never left. He didn't go early. He presented the medals. And that was a lot of fun. This week, going to the White House is going to be the Dodgers are going. I think that's on Thursday. I'm certainly not going to that. I could care less about the Dodgers. But they're going to the White House on Thursday. They're the world champions. The Little League softball champions, girls, are going there, I think, on Wednesday. So President's got a lot of sporting activities, sports capturing America, as you know, no doubt about it. That's why we do Godzilla Wins. That's why you go to GodzillaWins.com. That's why we have a show on Saturday. That's why we carry all sports all over the place. It is just, and when things are tough and things are down, and there's all this political divide. Sports is what brings us together. Sports is something that there should be no politics in it. I've railed against whenever they've tried to inject wokeism in it. I've been very upset about the kneeling, about NBA courtside having Black Lives Matter on it, all this stuff. I mean, the WNBA Atlanta team, the Dream coming out with Warnock shirts when Kelly left her own the team. It was just nonsense. And all that stuff should be stamped out. We don't want politics in our sports. We want to play the game. And even though the Astros are losing now every day, and I think their season's about done, got swept by the Orioles and losing games in the 10th inning, 9th inning, 8th inning, just not hitting 8 runs in the last four games. I mean, you just can't win. So I think the Astros are about done. Time for a fire sale. Keep Jordan, unload everybody else. Who cares? I'm done. This season's over. And there'll be no baseball in 2027. Anyway, there's going to be a lockout. So, whatever, right? It's all good. Football coming up, so who cares? 888-480, 888-480-5646. You want to weigh in? So the fake news going crazy this weekend. A couple things that I just want to mention right off the top of my head. So I subscribe to the New York Times, obviously, and for obvious reasons. The business I'm in, I need to see what they're saying. So I'm a subscriber. I get the Athletic and the New York Times. So they do here's a review of the top 10 best movies on America. It's a 250th anniversary. Here are the top 10 best movies. Every single one of them, I'm reading it down. Every single one of them, anti-America, hates the country. Every one, right on down. All 10. 10 for 10. They couldn't even throw one in, like, I don't know, Lion King. Everything is right down the line, all negative, all hate America. And this is what we're dealing with. I mean, these people in journalism and academia, they detest the country. These communists that are running, they hate America. You saw this World Cup and all the love that was there for us, and these people that are in this country, they hate their own nation. I've never seen anything like. How does a nation survive when you have 1/3 of the people trained and indoctrinated to hate your nation? How do you do that? I don't know. So more on that. We got a lot going on today. Got a great show. Pennsylvania Posse at 9. Steve Bannon is going to be with us at 8. We've got Frank Zaccanelli is going to be with us at 8:30, talking about the Oracle of Omaha, who said the predictive markets were going to be the doom of America. So we got all that coming up, plus your calls, of course, 888-480-JOHN, 888-480-5646. Just a lot happening right now. The bombing in Iran continuing to go on. I think America is now done with negotiating. I know that the left is saying this war is going to kill the Republicans and they're all going to get beat and there's going to be a 50-seat landslide. Folks, I don't see it happening. I think we need to go out and win this war. And I think Republicans will reward the president in the fall with a victory with Republicans if we go out and win this war. How do you win it? You take control of the straits in perpetuity. Now, tomorrow, forever, till we're dead, we control the straits and we just bomb the crap out of them. We take the islands, we take their oil, right? We dump it in America. Oil prices keep coming down. Gas goes down to $2. You wipe them out as a threat to the world. You can do it in 60 days. Just get it done. Bomb their infrastructure, bomb their grids, bomb their bridges. Keep the chokehold on them. Keep the economic pressure on them. Keep the blockade on them. They'll run out of money and they'll eventually topple. That's it. This is big. Put your big boy pants on. Take off your crybaby diapers. You're whining about this and that. Put your big boy pants on and let's go. I mean, we're here. We're there for one reason. They were going to get a nuclear bomb. All the time the Democrats get on and say, oh, this is a forever war. This is a war of choice. They don't know that. I mean, do you think President Trump is going through all this because he felt like getting in a war when he's railed against them since he's been on the public stage? Of course not. He was told from his intelligence sources, not the Mossad, not Netanyahu, not Israel. He was told, plain and simple, they were too close to a nuclear warhead and the ability to deploy it with a cruise missile. That's what he was told. He was given a timeline. He decided to act, period. That's why you elected him. You can sit there and do nothing, and then they have 3, 4, 5 nuclear bombs, more than Korea. And then what? Then the entire world is held hostage, and who would they blame? Trump. So you can't win. Doesn't matter what Trump does, he's going to get blamed. Doesn't matter what what it does. Word from our sponsors here on the John Fredericks Media Network. I'm going to be right back with your calls. 888-480-JOHN, 888-480-5646. At the UN in September, Mandami says he's going to arrest Netanyahu. On what authority? You and what army? This is what the communists are doing. They're now taking over the cities, like Bannon said. They're taking over the cities and running their own government. They're going to arrest the premier of Israel when he steps foot in New York, according to Mandami. Unbelievable. John Fredericks Media Network, stay with us.
Folks, this is Crom Carmichael, CEO of Solti. I have recently turned 77 years old. I do not take prescription drugs. I have not had to take prescription drugs, and I attribute a lot of my good health to a product that I've been taking, which is the active ingredient in Solti. It's a 22% concentration of theaflavin. We did clinical trials on it 25 years ago and found that it helped lower cholesterol. We have had many, many hundreds of letters and emails from customers telling us how it has helped them not only manage their cholesterol, but lower their triglycerides and help them on their blood pressure. And I can't tell you how much I attribute to Solti for my good health at age 77. And I encourage you to go to GodzillaHeart.com. That's GodzillaHeart.com. And use the code Godzilla at checkout, and you'll get a 50% off on your initial shipment of Solti. And I promise you it will be a great help for your heart health. Thanks so much.
MyPillow's second annual mega sale is finally here. Get our patented premium MyPillows that adjust your exact individual needs to give you the best sleep of your life.
When I got MyPillow, I'm asleep almost immediately. I stay asleep at night and I wake up more well-rested in the morning.
I guarantee they're going to be the most comfortable pillows you'll ever own. King size only $24.98. Queen size only $19.98. Giza Dream bed sheets, the best sheets in history, as low as $29.98. Lux Pierce 6-piece towel sets, towels that actually dry you. What a concept. Now only $39.98. And our made in the USA mattresses and mattress toppers as low as $99.98. So go to mypillow.com or call the number on your screen. Use your promo code to take advantage of our second annual mega sale. Plus, free shipping options available when you order today. So don't delay, order now.
The Trump administration has brought positive changes when it comes to fixing our broken healthcare system. If we really want to make America healthy again, well, that starts at home. And that's where the Wellness Company comes in. You see and hear from the Wellness Company doctors all the time, and you know their products are the gold standard for keeping you and your family safe and healthy, giving you the opportunity to make sure you're prepared for whatever happens with their prescription medical kits. Additionally, the Wellness Company offers a variety of products, from parasite cleanses to methylene blue to weight loss and so much more. Make America healthy again starts at home. Do your part and protect the health of you and your family. Live a healthier, longer, and more satisfying life. Go to twc.health/Godzilla and order. That's twc.health/Godzilla. Use promo code Godzilla to save 10% today.
In 2008, the amount of concentrated time people could spend on a task without becoming distracted was 12 seconds. 5 years later, it was only 8 seconds, 1 second less than a goldfish. If you're often distracted or have trouble recalling information, you're likely to fall behind in the demanding, fast-paced 21st century. In other words, brain performance is more critical now than ever. Boost your brain power with Healthy Cells Focus Plus Recall. Science-backed nootropics to help you sharpen focus, concentrate longer, enhance recall, improve mental speed, learn rapidly, and be more alert. It's a pill-free brain supplement made with maximum absorption ingestible gel technology, designed to feed your brain at the cellular level. Take it for a test drive. Go to healthycell.com and use code GODZILLA for 20% off your first order of Focus Plus Recall. That's healthycell.com, code GODZILLA for 20% off.
Ponder this. Why would God permit evil to occur? Why does he allow bad things to happen to good people? Why doesn't he intercede when innocent people are unjustly accused? These questions sometimes cause good people to turn their face away from God and question the very existence of God. But God does exist, and He does permit evil. Why, you ask? The short answer is that God permits evil to bring about a greater good. Think about this. The greatest evil ever committed is the killing of our God, Jesus Christ, the second person of the Holy Trinity. From this great evil came the greatest good, the opening of the gates of heaven. That's right, heaven did not open until Christ shed His blood for us. We must always trust God's plan for our salvation, especially when hard times fall upon us. Pray, trust, and persevere in good times and bad. I'm Susie Kelly, and I am passionately Catholic.
Can you give us just a few basic comments about your feelings on the game?
Well, naturally, I feel bad about losing a ball game like that. There's no way you should lose that ball game, and that just doesn't make sense.
What's your opinion of Kingman's performance?
What's my opinion of Kingman's performance? What the you think is my opinion of it? I think it was put that in. I don't opinion of his performance. He beat us with 3 home runs. What the can you mean? What is my opinion of his performance? How could you ask me a question like that? What is my opinion of his performance? He hit 3 home runs. I'm off to lose the game, and you ask me my opinion of his performance.
Don't touch that dial. You found your home of the truth.
Do you solemnly swear to tell the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
With the best analysis in America.
You can't handle the truth.
And now back to the John Fredericks Show.
You got him. Great to have you back on the John Fredericks Media Network. Hey, you know what are the best things about getting up in the morning? I had a little bit of a cold today that we're going to get through. Had it all weekend. Had a great time this weekend. But nothing like getting up with you at 6, being here, and having my first sip of my 1775 coffee. Quality of life. You know, Dan, we had 1775 coffee at the suite. You saw my own Keurig there, my portable Keurig. I brought that, had my 1775 coffee, Dan. That was really great at Colonial Downs. But right now, with you, my friends, I'm going to take my first sip today. Been up, I got up at 3:45 today. I'm going to take my first sip of 1775 coffee, freshly brewed. Hang on. Damn! That's good coffee. I forget how good it is when I don't have it for 24 hours or 12 hours or something. I had my last cup yesterday about 2 o'clock, just before the game came on. Hang on. Yeah, this is some good stuff here. Man, that is good coffee, folks. Quality of life. I don't know what you're doing out there drinking garbage coffee. It's no good. You want the best coffee ever that's affordable? Fresh roasted daily from Bolivia, highest mountaintop, absolutely the best coffee you're going to get anywhere. And it's affordable. That's the key. 1 sip, 1 cup, we got you. You'll never go back. Just go to 1775coffee.com, 1775coffee.com, promo code Godzilla, and you guys are good to go. Great stuff. Great coffee. 888-480-JOHN, 888-480-JOHN. You want to weigh in. Dan, so much to talk about here, so little time. Why don't we start with Mandami? I just got to get the cut one. I know we got a lot of stuff today, but here's Mandami, who first says that Mayor Mandami, New York. First, he says, "Well, I think I'm going to arrest Netanyahu." Then he says, "If Kamala Harris will get his endorsement if she signs on to the block the bomb legislation." These people are incredible. Bill Mayer has figured it out. I'll get to him in a minute. He's figured out these people are nuts. And this is why we're going to win, folks. We're going to win. I mean, and everybody talking about landslides and, shift to stop Trump. We are going to win. These crazy nutballs they're putting up, America's not going to deal with them. Let's get to Mandami. Cut 1, roll it.
Former Vice President and presidential candidate Kamala Harris called you recently. She's reportedly reaching out to pro-Palestinian groups or people with pro-Palestinian views. She's considering another run for president reportedly. As Biden's VP, she is closely associated with America's support of Israel during the Gaza war. Do you think she can regain trust on that issue?
I think that the first step for anyone looking to run is to be honest about what we see today and what it would take to change that. And when I say what it would take, one of the common features between all of the people that I endorsed for Congress was that each one of these candidates spoke about how they would sign on to the Block the Bombs legislation. It speaks about an unwillingness to continue to be complicit in a genocide. And we're talking about billions of dollars in material support. So I think the first step for any presidential candidate looking to earn the trust of people across the country is a recognition of what our policy has wrought and what a different policy would deliver.
Did you hear that from her?
I think that everyone is early in their considerations. And, I truly appreciated the vice president reaching out. And I think that it is a critical part of this early stage.
Pro-Palestinian voices were not allowed to speak at all during her 2024 Democratic convention. I heard a lot from people in the activist community around that. They felt very betrayed by the fact that they were not allowed to engage publicly, that their voices, they felt, were silenced. How damaging do you think that was for her?
I think what people wanted in that moment was to know that their voice too belonged in this party that we call home. And I remember following along here from New York City and just refreshing Twitter as I would see for the updates, and Rua Roman and a number of others who were gathered outside, hopeful that their voice would be heard. And what I'm thankful for is that now, today, that voice is being heard. And it's being heard not only because there are those who have it that are entering into the halls of Congress, but also because those who have long stood up for the belief in a universality when it comes to human rights are now being treated as core parts of a political conversation, whereas before it wasn't even a conversation that was often permitted to be had.
Do you think the Democratic Party can become the party of Palestinian rights?
I think it can become the party of human rights for all people, and that must also include Palestinians.
This is what the New York Times, this is their podcast. I mean, this is unbelievable. They're in love with this guy, and he wants basically Israel wiped off the face of the earth. This is a pro-Palestinian movement. I mean, the whole thing is insane. This is why they are going to lose. The insanity only gets worse by the day. Where do you see this crackpot they're going to nominate in Maine? Another whack job. I mean, we're going to win Maine. Collins is not going to lose to this guy in Maine that they basically stacked the deck for. We are going to win these. I think we're going to win North Carolina. I think Whatley comes back and wins that. Just no rational person is going to vote for these people. They're just not. And so that's why I'm so bullish and so optimistic going forward as the economy is booming. And this war will end in victory. Victory, not a MOU that they violate the next hour. Victory, which means we control the straits. What happens to them, I could care less. All I want I want the oil, I want the straits. That's it. And then they have no leverage. And when you starve them off and you just keep the blockade on and they have no money, eventually the regime has to change or collapse. Who cares? As long as it doesn't affect us, I could care less. That's it was my attitude at the beginning. It is now. Regime change, yeah, great. If not, great. As long as we control the straits, I don't care. Okay, here's Ossoff. Now, they think he's going to run for president. They think he's going to win this race in Georgia and run for president. Now, it's not a bad ploy, not a bad opportunity for Ossoff here, because he would have won two races. Actually, one. He cheated on the other one. He'd have won, though, ostensibly one big race in Georgia in a competitive environment with no fraud. And it's a swing state now. It's swing. And I think he'll be somebody to take a serious look at if he runs for president. I think he could be the nominee. because as radical as he is, he sounds reasonable to many. That's why he's going to win Georgia in a landslide. It's not even close. I mean, Collins is getting crushed. So let's go to hope Collins wins, but not going to happen. Let's go to Ossoff, John Ossoff, Senator from Georgia, to take a listen.
And I don't know if you saw what happened last night, but the same man whose grievances stirred up that violent mob that sacked the Capitol still cannot let go of his shame and humiliation at having been dealt that defeat by voters here in Georgia and across the country. And so at a moment when his war spirals out of control and prices for American families climb higher and higher, instead of focusing on the nation's needs, as always, he nurses his grievances. As always, he forces the rest of us to help him process his shame. As always, he centers his own fear of the accountability that he will face when we win decisively this fall. That's what we saw last night. But what we also saw last night was a clear signal of this president's intent to unconstitutionally wield federal power to attack this election and to undermine voting rights. And he's done it before. There's one man who tried to commit election fraud in the state of Georgia in that 2020.
So because he wants voter ID, you're going to undermine the elections. I mean, it's just, their narrative is laughable. It is absolutely laughable. Do you know you have to have voter ID in Georgia? Like, if he's going to win, like people, like illegals can't vote in Georgia. You have to have voter ID. You have to prove your citizenship. And they got rid of the mail-out ballots to everybody. And so that's why, but he's still going to win. He's got to win legitimately. This argument, well, you know, the SAVE Act is going to disenfranchise voters. Who do you know that is a legal voter does not have some form of identification? Name one person. The homeless guy in the park across my street has identification. I mean, it is so absurd. They do it for one reason, and that's to cheat. Now, I talked about the halftime show. I thought it was great. I enjoyed it. K-pop, I always like that. And Madonna and Bieber, I don't know who else was on there. But here's a former soccer legend, Wayne Rooney, calling the World Cup halftime show crap because I guess it's not woke. It was just music. It wasn't woke. Therefore, it's no good. We want woke. 3, take a listen.
I'll be honest, man, was when it finished.
Didn't enjoy it at all.
I like a lot of the artists, but I thought it was crap.
So
miserable. That's it, honestly.
Tell you what else you get on the BBC, honest reviews.
What about the Macarena? Could I get to? No, it just didn't get me going.
I think it was Bieber that kind of brought you down, wasn't it? I think Bieber was a bit slow for you.
So they blasted the halftime show only because it was not woke. I mean, it was just like music that everybody was recognized across the globe. I mean, these people are insufferable. Okay, here's another libtard, Abdul Al-Sayed, dodges when he's on with Jake Tapper, confronting about saying people were sad over the Ayatollah's death. Well, this is what the clown said, that his voters were sad that a murderer got killed who was responsible for the murder of hundreds of thousands of Iranians and thousands of Americans across the globe, but his voters were sad. And Jake Tapper actually called him on the carpet. And of course, you know, as all commie libtards do, they avoided the direct question. 4, roll it.
The war with Iran is clearly heating up. 3 U.S. service members, well, 2 were killed and 1 is missing overnight. They were stationed in Jordan. 20 weeks ago, when Iran's supreme leader was killed, you told your staff, according to audio obtained by the Washington Free Beacon, quote, "There are a lot of people in Dearborn who are sad today, so I just don't want to comment on Khamenei at all," unquote. I thought that quote was interesting. Because the Ayatollah has killed tens of thousands of innocent Iranians, not to mention the proxies that Iran has funded that have killed innocent civilians all over the Middle East. Why were you worried about offending people who support the Ayatollah?
Jake, on a day where we're mourning the loss of 2 more service members in a war we never should have fought, I think all of us ought to step back and ask whether or not everybody in Michigan, frankly, everybody in America, shouldn't be sad about the fact that this president, backed by the prime minister of a foreign government, took us to a war we had no business fighting in. So yeah, I didn't want to comment on it then because it's a ridiculous pretext. And now you're asking me about the Ayatollah, who's dead, by the way, and you're not asking me about the service members who've died. You're not asking me about whether or not this war should have ever been fought. You're not asking me about whether or not the costs that are being borne by Michiganders in the tax dollars we pay or the gas prices that are insane right now are worth it. And so, look, let's have a conversation based in Michigan. I'm running for Senate in Michigan. And I think here in Michigan, all of us are probably sad about the fact that we went to war that we never should have fought. I'd rather our money be spent here.
I was specifically asking you about comments you didn't want to make because you didn't want to offend people in Dearborn, which is in Michigan. Let's turn to immigration policy.
Well, if you're going to ask a follow-up question, don't change the subject. Ask him again. So Tapper did the right thing in following up, but then he left him off the hook. I mean, this is just interview 101. I mean, I do this 5 days a week. You ask a follow-up question, you shut up. If you press the follow-up like Tapper did, and then change gears, you let him off the hook. According to Dennis Green, you let him off the hook. So it made no sense. But this is why we're going to win. He's going to be the nominee. Mike Rogers is going to win Michigan. That is a pickup. This guy is not going to carry Michigan. There's not enough Muslims there. The Muslims are going to vote for the guy. The radicals are going to vote for the guy. The communists are going to vote for the guy. The super union people that want money are going to vote for the guy. But average people that live in Michigan are not. Let's talk about this insane gas prices. How come Jake didn't ask him where he was when Biden's gas was $5? How come you didn't ask him about inflation has come down again to come down for a record level in June? How come you didn't ask him why some gas prices in this country are under $3? Why didn't you ask him that? Right? I mean, he tried to ask the right questions, but these guys are slick, right? Their mantra is a war we have no business in, a war we didn't need to do, a war of choice, a war. Okay, so you're Mark Warner, you're president, your CIA comes to you, who you love, right? All you do is suck their butt, right? You love your CIA. CIA comes to you and says, Iran is 6 weeks away from deploying several nuclear warheads. What should we do? Well, nothing. Let's just, wait and see what happens. Then they deploy them and start threatening the world and start detonating them in Israel and Jordan and our bases. And then what do you do then? Walk around the Senate with your hair on fire and your thumb stuck up your ass, Warner? This is why we're here in this war. Unbelievable. All right, let's get to the phone lines. John, Monmouth County, New Jersey, home of the Haskell race on Saturday. I bet the horse that finished third, so I did not win. John, I think it was Iron City or Iron Man or something, came in third. No winner, no chicken dinner. John, you're live.
Hey, John, how you doing? Yeah, the Haskell, awesome. It was awesome. I went. So listen, so you're talking about, here's how I see it, and you tell me where I'm at on this. So the Democratic Party, a guy like Mandami, it's their problem and our benefit. There's basically three things happening all at once, and that's why I agree with you in terms of how we're going to win. So first off, when they talk, the insanity right now is at peak levels. I've never seen it before. So they're appealing to a certain group. So now let's look, how do we figure this out? Let's look at, for common sense, let's look at voter ID. That's something we've seen multiple polls on. Across the board, 80% Democrat, Republican want voter ID. So that basically tells me about 80% of the country has common sense. okay? So you have that piece of the puzzle. What the Democrats are doing, and a guy like Mondami's doing, is he's only appealing to that 20%. He's motivating them, but as he motivates them, they're getting crazier and crazier. What he's also doing at the same time is that middle lane he's repulsing, because like Charlie Kirk says, the beauty of the internet is you can see lies and corruption in real time. When you listen to him, it's all nonsense. You could debunk this stuff immediately. And more importantly, especially for the midterms, the third lane is they're motivating Republicans. Like, I can't wait to vote. I've never been more motivated and zeroed in on Republicans in my entire life, and I'm honestly saying that. And I see that as well. So that's where I see the problem the Democrats have. And Steve Bannon a while back mentioned, you know, when the dust settles, you're never going to get rid of these people, but they're about 20% of the population, and they'll be pocketed throughout the United States. What we need, again, is we need a solid, honest vote. If we get that, we're all good. But that, I'm telling you, this guy Mondami replaced Biden as a jewel in the crown for the Republican Party. You get out of their way. I'm telling you that they're at peak insanity. I mean, they got posts up on how Messi wouldn't look at Trump in the eye. That's how deranged and how they're reaching at this point. And as far as the Iranian thing, there's so much disinformation out there, you can only go by the price of oil. And the price of oil has not moved up at all.
No, and it's going to continue
and that's
to drop.
my rant.
John, it's going to continue to drop. No doubt about it. I agree with everything you said. You're on the John Fredericks Media Network, and we will be right back. Stay with us.
WJFN, Goochland, Bonaire, Chester, 100.5, 107.7, 92.7 FM, AM 820, and WJFB, Portsmouth, AM 1650.
Breaking news this hour from Town Hall. I'm Rich Thomason. America is raining fire down on Iran. Retaliation for the deaths of several American service members over the weekend.
The U.S. conducted a new round of airstrikes early Monday, targeting Iran after announcing the death of another service member, hitting close to a northwestern city believed to be home to an underground missile base. Iran responding by launching an attack targeting Bahrain, the home of the U.S.'s Fifth Fleet, and Kuwait. The latest attack again showed how step by step the US and Iran have inched closer to all-out war, as last month's interim deal meant to permanently end the fighting has crumbled and shipping traffic in the Strait of Hormuz has largely stalled. Both sides have targeted civilian infrastructure relied on by millions of people. I'm Charles de Ledesma.
AAA reports gas prices have risen to a national average $4 per gallon. Between sweltering heat and smothering humidity, choking wildfire smoke, flooding rains, and deadly tornadoes, this summer has brought some wicked weather. Tragic case in point.
5 family members who had set out for a day of hiking were killed after a flash flood swept through canyons of southern Utah Friday, according to law enforcement officials. The victims were a captain in the Provo, Utah Fire Department, his wife, and their sons, according to fire officials. A daughter who was not on the trip survived.
Correspondent Julie Walker. Congratulations to World Cup champion Spain, a 1-0 win over defending champion Argentina. The World Cup final, MetLife Stadium. Vice President Vance and Second Lady Usha welcomed their 4th child, their son, Alec Neil Vance, first child born to a sitting vice president in more than 150 years. Stock futures suggest a higher open later this morning on Wall Street. The Dow futures up 106 points. NASDAQ futures ahead almost 200 points, and the S&P futures are up 24 points. More on these stories, townhall.com.
The following is a real-life story from Trinity Debt Management.
When I was feeling the stress of too much credit card debt, I looked at two different options, debt settlement and debt management. They may sound the same, but guess what? They're not. Debt settlement seemed like a quick fix, but I found out it would destroy my credit, create tax headaches, and hit me with huge fees. They actually told me to stop paying my bills. No way, not me. Then I turned to a debt management plan developed by the team at Trinity. They worked with my creditors, lowered my payments, reduced my interest, saved me thousands, and paid off my debt. And Trinity is a Christian company, which is important to me.
If credit card debt has you down, call Trinity at 1-800-990-6976.
My name is Heather. Please forget debt settlement and remember Trinity Debt Management.
1-800-990-6976.
There is no end in sight to the long, drawn-out, and deadly war in Ukraine.
On Sunday, Russia attacked Kyiv and other Ukrainian cities with ballistic missiles, drones, and guided bombs, killing at least 6 people and wounding dozens of others. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky says Kyiv and the region were a key target for the Russians, and he says they had been preparing this attack for several days, accumulating missiles. President Donald Trump says he's prepared to grant Ukraine licenses to produce Patriot air defense systems, the most effective means of intercepting Russian ballistic missiles. But full production could take years. I'm Donna Warder.
Congo's fast-spreading Ebola outbreak continues claiming lives. 930 people have succumbed so far out of the 2,344 cases confirmed. This outbreak less common than others that cause Ebola. There's no approved vaccine or treatment. News and analysis, townhall.com. Britain gets a new prime minister today.
Andy Burnham is promising the biggest change in British politics in 40 years. Quite a claim given those 4 decades have included such political giants as Margaret Thatcher and Tony Blair. He strongly indicated he wants to lead an even more left-leaning government than Keir Starmer's, but the details have been few and far between. On foreign policy, there's likely to be more continuity than change, with Mr. Burnham wanting to concentrate on domestic politics and improving living standards at home, something that has eluded his 6 recent predecessors.
The BBC's Rob Watson says Burnham is Britain's 7th prime minister in a decade. As he leaves number 10 Downing Street, outgoing Prime Minister Keir Starmer says, quote, "My work is done." He spent just 2 years in office amid growing unpopularity among the British people. More on these stories, townhall.com.
In 2008, the amount of concentrated time people could spend on a task without becoming distracted was 12 seconds. 5 years later, it was only 8 seconds, 1 second less than a goldfish. If you're often distracted or have trouble recalling information, you're likely to fall behind in the demanding, fast-paced 21st century. In other words, brain performance is more critical now than ever. Boost your brain power with Healthy Cell's Focus Plus Recall. Science-backed nootropics to help you sharpen focus, concentrate longer, enhance recall, improve mental speed, learn rapidly, and be more alert. It's a pill-free brain supplement made with maximum absorption ingestible gel technology, designed to feed your brain at the cellular level. Take it for a test drive. Go to healthycell.com and use code GODZILLA for 20% off your first order of Focus Plus Recall. That's healthycell.com, code GODZILLA for 20% off.
Washington is wasting $500 million every year on a federal supervision system that doesn't work. Probation officers are overwhelmed. Resources are going to people who pose zero threat, while actual dangerous individuals slip through the cracks. The Safer Supervision Act stops the waste and refocuses every dollar on protecting families from harm. President Trump's own pollster found about 80% of Trump voters want this fixed. It's time for Congress to get this done. Stop the waste. Protect our communities. Visit safersupervision.com. Paid for by the Reform Action Fund.
Hey folks, John Fredericks here, White House correspondent, your national TV and radio talk show host. There is no better time to follow me on social media than right now. We're red hot at JF Radio Show, at JF Radio Show. Doesn't matter if you're TikTok, Instagram, Facebook, everything is right there. We're on X, we're on Rumble. You name it, we're there. Don't forget Getter too. Just follow me at JF Radio Show. And if you ever miss a show or you want a segment, just go to YouTube, our page, John Fredericks Media. It's all right there.
MyPillow's second annual mega sale is finally here. Get our patented premium MyPillows that adjust your exact individual needs to give you the best sleep of your life.
When I got my pillow, I'm asleep almost immediately. I stay asleep at night and I wake up more well rested in the morning.
I guarantee they're going to be the most comfortable pillows you'll ever own. King size only $24.98, queen size only $19.98. Giza Dream bed sheets, the best sheets in history, as low as $29.98. Lux Pierce 6-piece towel sets, towels that actually dry you. What a concept. Now only $39.98. And our made in the USA mattresses and mattress toppers as low as $99.98. So go to mypillow.com or call the number on your screen. Use your promo code to take advantage of our second annual mega sale. Plus free shipping options available when you order today. So don't delay, order now.
The Trump administration has brought positive changes when it comes to fixing our broken healthcare system. If we really want to make America healthy again, well, that starts at home. And that's where the Wellness Company comes in. You see and hear from the Wellness Company doctors all the time, and you know their products are the gold standard for keeping you and your family safe and healthy, giving you the opportunity to make sure you're prepared for whatever happens with their prescription medical kits. Additionally, the Wellness Company offers a variety of products, from parasite cleanses to methylene blue to weight loss and so much more. Make America healthy again starts at home. Do your part and protect the health of you and your family. Live a healthier, longer, and more satisfying life. Go to twc.health/Godzilla and order. That's twc.health/Godzilla. Use promo code Godzilla to save 10% today.
Now more than ever, it's imperative to support companies that share our conservative values. That's why I can't be more excited to tell you that I've switched my family to Patriot Mobile. Patriot Mobile is America's only Christian conservative wireless provider. When you switch to Patriot Mobile, you shift your support away from the leftist, woke, progressive agendas of Big Mobile. Patriot Mobile's wireless service works perfectly and seamlessly as you go about your lives with exceptional nationwide coverage that uses the same towers the main carriers use. Patriot Mobile donates a portion of every dollar earned to causes you care about, to organizations that fight for religious freedom, First and Second Amendments, sanctity of life, and the needs of veterans and first responders. Patriot Mobile has plans to fit any budget, along with great discounts for our veterans and first responder heroes, as well as multi-line users. Switching is easy. Just go to patriotmobile.com/Godzilla or call their U.S.-based customer service team, 972-PATRIOT. That's 972-728-7468. Use offer code Godzilla for free activation.
Live from the studios of the John Fredericks Media Network, it's the John Fredericks Show. Grab yourself a cup of 1775 coffee, sit back, and get ready for the best 4 hours of talk in the universe. To be part of the show, just call our toll-free number, 888-480-5646. And now, here's the Godzilla of Truth, the Oracle of the Deplorables, the man who always says to lace them up and lace them tight, John Fredericks.
Lace him up and lace him tight. Good to have you with us. I am your Godzilla of the Truth in America, your Oracle of the Deplorables. Thanks for being with us on this Monday, July 30th. Dan, did you have a good time at our Colonial Down Suite on Saturday? We had a lot of fun.
Had a great time. What a wonderful party that was. And I was glad that the folks who partook in some gambling were I think mostly happy that they did.
Yeah, I think Carl won. I know Sean won, and I didn't have a good day.
Anna told me that you did well.
I did at the beginning, and then I took the tank there. What happens is, this happens every time I do one of these, is because I'm the host, my ability to make a decision and study stuff really gets contracted.
Right. Yeah. You have to do other things. You have to meet and greet and entertain. Yeah. Yes.
Well, before anybody was there, I won the first 3 races and then tanked, but I lost a couple of them. I think I lost because I only bet to win. I don't bet exactas. I don't bet to show place, and I lost 3 in a row by a neck. That in the stretch, so they finished second. So, when that kind of happens, you're just going to go down the tubes. But it was all right. Wasn't a total disaster because I won the first 3 races. But it was amazing. A lot of these people, I talk to them every day. They're on the conference call. A lot of you guys have not met. This was the first time you met Tina. First time you met Scott Harlan. First time you met
they were great.
Terry Suggs, who was our senior chief of engineers.
Right.
First time you met John. So there was a lot of people there that had
Rob Carson. Carson showed up.
First time you
he
met,
and I had a great conversation. So,
first time you met Neil, right?
Yep.
So a lot of these people we see every day, but you don't necessarily.
Neil and I also had a really we were laughing about, we were going down the memory of Johnny Carson Lane, talking about our favorite Tonight Show highlights. But we had a great time.
And Neil's a great guy, so it was good to have Neil there with his wife. Good to have Carson there. Good to have our DC dispatch ladies. So we had a really good time. I really enjoyed it. It was a great thing, and we'll have it again. It's a great event to go up in that suite when it's a beautiful day because there's something for everybody, and it's not like you're sitting around just at a cocktail party or having dinner. There's a lot of activity going on, a lot of excitement with the races, and I know you've not been to a lot of racetracks, but tell me Colonial Downs is not a gorgeous racetrack.
Gorgeous. Lovely atmosphere. Just enjoyed it immensely. Actually, my first trip I'll say my first trip inside Colonial Downs. I'd been to Colonial Downs before, but never inside, and it was really neat to be in the suites and get that experience. And while very great to get to meet some of the people I hadn't met yet, what was also nice about going was that at this point I have met quite a few of the John Fredericks Media Network family, if you will, and it does start to feel like a reunion, which is great. I love that.
Yeah, we decided to have that on an annual basis, and a couple of our team members couldn't be there. Pasqua it was Caroline's birthday. He had plans. Statler was on vacation with his family. Michael Coleman was on vacation with his family. So we had a lot of people that couldn't make it. Whenever you plan something in the summer, you always running that risk.
Sure.
But it was good. We'll have it again. It was a lot of fun. I want to give a shout out to Robin Litchfield in Virginia. And Dan, I sent you that text there. If you could put that up on screen. She knitted us by hand. This is pretty neat. She knitted us by hand, Dan, a America 250 blanket. Did you happen to see that?
I'm actually just seeing this. I stepped away from my desk for the break, but I'm getting that, and I'll get that up.
You can get that. I want to thank Robin. I know it has been a couple weeks. We were traveling, so didn't really go to our P.O. box for a couple weeks, but we got it, and really want to give a shout out to Robin. Fabulous. Thank you, Robin, for doing that. Robin Litchfield in Virginia knitted us by hand this beautiful American 250 Afghan blanket that naturally in our house, from Sammy the cat, no chair is safe, no blanket is safe, right? So he definitely tried to abscond on that. But no, we put it on the back of the sofa so we couldn't get all the hairs in it. We would have to wash it. So Sammy's off limits on that. But I want to thank you, Robin. Thank you for doing that. Absolutely beautiful Afghan. When Dan gets it up there, we will put it up there in a minute. But you want to weigh in, 888-480-JOHN, 888-480-5646. As we're waiting for that, we'll get that up there, Dan, in a minute. So look, I've lost weight, but I plateaued. And I went from 285 to 245, but I've been stuck at 245 for like months now. And this is what happens when you lose weight. The first 40 pounds I had to lose to just like not, be that unhealthy. So I do look better, but I really need to lose another 20, get down to 225, 220, probably another 25. But it's been really hard to do. So I'll go to 240, then I'll go to 242. So now I'm about 242, but I've hit that plateau. So I have to find a different way to do this. And so here's what I'm doing. I'm not going to take the shot. I don't believe in it. I don't believe in those kind of things. That's just me. So I'm not going to take the GOP shot. I'm just not. And many of you do, and I get it, and I have no thoughts on it other than it isn't for me. I don't like the blood sugar going up and down. But I've started a new program and new experience with a product called Lean. And because, look, everybody is talking about weight loss injections, but the results are dramatic, but then they're not sustainable. That's always my other fear is you just put the weight back on because you can't take these in perpetuity, right? So they work by lowering blood sugar and reducing appetite, but it's not healthy. So if you're looking to lose weight the right way, like I am, but not interested in weekly injections that are painful and spike your blood sugar, and there's side effects to them, which I know many people have had, constipation and other things. I'm just not interested. That's why doctors created a weight loss supplement. It's called Lean from Brickhouse Nutrition, which I just started. So you're going to go down this journey with me. The studied ingredients in Lean have shown to target weight loss in 3 powerful ways: help support healthy blood sugar, which I think is critical, help your body burn fat by converting it into energy, and help curb appetite and cravings so you're not as hungry. These are the 3 things you need to do because you lose weight by burning more calories than you take in. I mean, it's as simple as that. Now, Lean was created for frustrated dieters like me who reached a plateau. I mean, I lost 40 pounds, yay. But I got another 20 to go, and I've plateaued for months now. And I'm getting a little frustrated. Now, I don't have time to go jogging 2 miles a day, right? There's no way. I'm 68, but I'm trying to manage things down. And I just started this actually this weekend. So I'm going to take you through our journey. I want to get you started right now. Take the journey with me. You're going to get 20% off and free rush shipping so you can add Lean to your healthy diet and exercise plan. So visit takelean.com. That's takelean.com and enter Godzilla as your promo code to get 20% off. Go to takelean.com, promo code Godzilla, takelean.com, get 20% off. Start the journey with me, and when you have results, you can call in and talk about it. I started this weekend. So, I believe I'm getting in the scale once a week. You can't go on it every single day. But I'm 245. I'm determined to get down to 220. I got 25 to go. And I think Lean is going to help me get there. I'm not going to take the GLP because I've lost this weight the right way, right? Eating better. I was on PhD weight loss for a while. That helped, but I plateaued. And so I get a little exercise. I do my push-ups. I try to walk a little bit. But I'm gonna make this work. And if I get down to 220, look out. TakeLean.com, promo code Godzilla, and that's going to get you 20% off, and you are good to go. Okay, let's get to one of my guests here, if I can. We've got let me see. We've got David. I know is running for Congress in Florida. Let me be sure I say his name right. David Burke is joining us, U.S. House candidate. I think this is Florida. What, David? Florida what? 22?
22nd.
All right, Florida 22. Okay, number one, who's the incumbent right now in Florida 22?
Hey, so, because of Governor DeSantis and his redistricting, there is no incumbent. This is a new Republican pickup seat.
Where is it?
It runs from Wellington in Palm Beach County down to Marco Island.
Okay, so it's running to Marco Island. So you're on the west, You're
East Coast to West Coast.
To Florida down to Marco Island. When you look at the district, what did Trump carry it in 24 and by how much?
It was a Trump plus 10. So Trump carried the district by 10. There's only one President Trump, and he's a turnout machine. So, right now as the district sits, it's a Republican plus 5. So it broke in favor for Republicans by 5 percentage points.
Okay. So it's basically R plus 5 to 10. This is a Republican seat, should be a pickup, a win for us. Why are you running for Congress, and who else is in this race?
You know, a little bit about my background is I'm a Marine Corps veteran. I'm a law enforcement veteran, and I worked with Charlie Kirk at Turning Point USA. So, you know, at the end of the day, I love this country. I feel like we have been sold out, continually sold out, by Republicans, by Democrats, just kind of by the institutions writ large. So, look, I'm coming in to fight this. I got a young son. We see that the DSA, they're not even knocking at our door. They're in the house, they're in the kitchen, and they're making sandwiches. So right now it's high time for, you know, if to get involved in the political process in any way one can.
Who are the other Republicans in this race?
Yeah, so there's a handful. There's a few other grassroots candidates. I qualify myself as a grassroots candidate, and there's three other sort of self-funding candidates as well, from diverse backgrounds. Kind of some are from the area, some aren't from the area, but a lot of people saw this as an opportunity to kind of get in here and buy the race. And you know what, our polling is showing that we're performing strong, and the will of the people, you can't deny that, no matter how much money you have.
What is your position on the Iran war?
Look, I think Iran, it's one of those things where they've been a bad actor in the region for a while. My line in the sand has been no boots on the ground. I don't really think that we should be involved in another, protracted Middle East war. I trust the president's judgment in doing what he needs to do. And, honestly, they've got information that we don't have. So, leaning on the fact that the president's got the country's best plans in mind, that I rest easy on that.
Would you support the SAVE Act going in reconciliation?
Look, the SAVE Act is a non-negotiable. Not only is it polling at a high level across all parties, but it's common sense. I saw a tweet that to get endless soup, salad, and breadstick at Olive Garden, you need to present an ID. And the fact that there are states where you do not even need to present an ID, there's no safeguards in place. Look, in law, it's called prima facie, right? It's evidence on its face. This is prima facie that you are just looking to kind of push vote.
You there? All right, we lost David. I would just say to these candidates running for Congress, like, if you can't get your video to work, and you can't get some kind of an internet connection to do a national interview, I would probably find a way to hire the right people to do that, because here you got an opportunity. We can't get you on video, we can't get you on audio, and it's embarrassing. And so I'm going to move on. Thank you, David. Good luck. Hope things work out. Let's get to David was talking about illegals voting. If you go to, let's get to cut 10. Here's Katie Brett, Senator, Alabama, says, we will ensure only citizens can vote. Places like Washington, D.C., where I live, allow non-citizens to vote in city elections. How crazy is that? 10, roll it, Katie Brett.
Look, I think it's just common sense. People want to know that their elections are safe. We want to know that our vote counts and that it is, in fact, us that gets to vote. I think you see voter ID in 35, 36 states across the country. We want to work diligently to ensure that we protect and save our election process. So we're going to keep pushing on this, Shannon. We're going to keep pushing on making sure that only citizens vote. I mean, we are seeing from coast to coast examples of places like D.C. where non-citizens can vote in city elections. We want to make sure that American elections are for American citizens. So we're going to keep working on what is a pathway forward from that. And I think what you heard from the president obviously was talking about potential of other actors being involved. And I think we get back to China. Look, China is undermining us at every turn. We're seeing that in Russia. We're seeing that with Iran. I think we need to be clear-eyed and in a bipartisan way talk very specifically about the threats of China, whether they're here at home or they're abroad. And that's certainly what I appreciate the president doing.
I mean, in Washington, D.C., anybody can vote. Think about that. Anybody does it. Like, you can be an Iranian in the Iranian embassy dropping bombs and killing Americans, and you walk in to the precinct and you vote because you're living here and you have a electric bill or something. You just walk in and vote. It's insane. There's no country can survive this way. But this is what the Democrats want, because they know at the end of the day they're going to vote for the Democrats. So they just want the power. Ted Cruz on McConnell talking about where's Waldo? 8. Roll it. We have 8, Dan? Okay, let's move on.
Amazingly enough, folks didn't call for that when you had Dianne Feinstein. Look, I'd like to see limits on everybody, and the best limit would be term limits, and that's what we should pass. I've authored a constitutional amendment that would limit all senators to 2 terms, limit all House members to 3 terms. An overwhelming majority of Americans support that. And that would solve the problem effectively, because you wouldn't have people staying here forever.
And with McConnell, how long with him out do you think this could go on in terms of the slim majority you guys have? When does he need to make a decision if he's going to serve out his full term?
I'm confident he will. He put out a statement last week that said he's recuperating, and I'm hopeful that he gets better and is back soon.
Do you think he needs to put out like a video to show kind of how the condition he's in? Because you've seen the things on social media what people are saying about it.
I've seen AI that has him dancing and doing flips. So I think there are lots of conspiracy theories on the internet, and most of them are nonsense.
I mean, the funniest thing here is he brought up Dianne Feinstein, who they were wheeling in. She was comatose and like putting her hand in the card holder. I mean, the Democrats they're so duplicitous. I mean, I don't know what's going on with McConnell. He should put a video out, but the end of the day is the Democrats have done this forever. They did it with Feinstein. They did it with Biden. They do it with anybody that held power. They just don't care. And so all of a sudden we got a guy that's sick. Look, Tom Kane Jr. was out for 3 months. Nobody said a word. He said he had a mental health issue. He was in depression. I mean, you just need to resign and get out of there. I mean, just get out. But this is what these people hang on forever. But I'm with Cruz 100%. Term limits, U.S. Senator, 2 terms, House 3, get out. This is supposed to be a citizen legislator. You got people that have been in there for 70 years. I mean, it's really incredible. That's your entire career. You've never done anything else but that. Okay, so over the weekend, President Trump endorsing Darlene, I guess Graham something, I don't even know her last name, Graham's sister, encouraging her to run for a full term, and offered his endorsement. Now, I'm 100% opposed to this. Do you know anything about where this woman stands on anything? All I know is she was going from the swearing in through the Senate chamber. She was asked the question, how do you stand on the SAVE Act? And she said, I'm not here to answer questions. Frankly, folks, I don't need anything else. You're there to be responsible to us, not to you. To us, the people who pay your salary, who give you this position through the appointment of your governor. I don't know where she stands on anything. I don't know who she is. She is not battle tested. I don't know her background. I don't know anything about her. All I know is she was asked one question and punted on the most important piece of legislation that we have. I expected her answer to be, of course, I'll fight for it tooth and nail. Instead, she says, I'm not here to answer questions. The Republican conference in the U.S. Senate is not a serious body. It is soupy sales and silliness. It's not serious. The appointment of Graham's sister, of Darlene Graham, her appointment to the Senate is silly. Trump's endorsement of her to go forward is equally as silly. And it really demeans the absurdity of this conference. This is not a serious conference for the Republicans in the Senate. You look at her, you look at Mitch McConnell, the whole thing is a clown car joke. Quite frankly, I'm sick of it. I'm supporting somebody in South Carolina to run for Senate that I know she is going or he is going to support our MAGA agenda, including the SAVE Act, 100% of the time. Not 90, not 80, not 70, not I'm not answering questions. And you are disqualified when you tell a reporter, I'm not here to answer questions. Why the hell are you there? If not to be responsible to us. That to me was the red flag of all time. I'm not here to answer questions. Why are you here? Figure it out. I think this is an absurdity. I don't agree with the president on it. I want a candidate in there like Pam Evitt who will fight, that I know where she stands. This is too serious to play games. This is game playing. Oh, we're going to honor Lindsey Graham now for life. I don't think so. I was a warmonger neocon, didn't support half the things we believe in half the time. Fine. I'm sorry. I understand everything that's going on. But his sister, I don't know where she stands on anything. And when asked the most important question, I got no answer. In fact, I got arrogance. I'm not here to answer questions. I don't need arrogance. I need results. John Fredericks, Media Network, trucking the truth across America.
The doctors at Brickhouse Nutrition.
Ponder this. Most people want to have a good day every day. In order to do this, we must start our day with gratitude and keep an attitude of gratitude throughout the day. I offer you my recipe for having a great day and a joyful life. First, start each day being grateful that the Lord has given you another day to serve Him. Roll yourself out of bed, get on your knees, and say a morning prayer of thanksgiving. Ask the Lord to help you throughout the day to do whatever His will is for you. Next, thank God for the little things that make your day better. I thank Him immensely for my morning coffee and for my legs that allow me to take a morning walk. I pray for those who cannot walk because of age, injury, or disability. Throughout the rest of the day, I am grateful for the people God has placed in my life. I thank Him for those who love me, and I pray especially for those who do not love me. Find ways in your day to thank God continually and offer prayers for all those the good Lord has placed in your daily path. I'm Susie Kelly, and I am passionately Catholic.
Everybody's talking about weight loss injections because the results are so dramatic. They work by lowering blood sugar and reducing appetite. So, what if you're looking to lose weight but not interested in painful weekly injections, especially when you hear about some of those intense side effects? That's why doctors created a weight loss supplement called Lean, and the results are remarkable. The ingredients studied in Lean have been shown to lower your blood sugar, burn fat by converting it into energy, and curb your appetite and cravings, so you're not as hungry. But listen, Lean is not for the casual dieter with only a few pounds to lose. The doctors at Brickhouse Nutrition created Lean for frustrated dieters with 10 or more pounds to lose. Get started with 20% off and free rush shipping so you can add Lean to your healthy diet and exercise plan. Go to takelean.com and enter the code Godzilla for your discount. That's discount code Godzilla at takelean.com.
And they're off. This summer, the Thunder returns to Colonial Downs Racetrack. Live thoroughbred racing June 25th through September 7th. Feel the excitement. Hear the roar of the crowd. Experience Virginia's premier horse racing destination every Thursday through Sunday all summer long. Bring the whole family for Family Fun Sundays, packed with activities for all ages. Parking? Free. General admission? Free. Memories? Priceless. Make Colonial Downs Racetrack your new summer fun time tradition. Get tickets and race day info now at colonialdowns.com.
Washington is wasting $500 million every year on a federal supervision system that doesn't work. Probation officers are overwhelmed. Resources are going to people who pose zero threat, while actual dangerous individuals slip through the cracks. The Safer Supervision Act stops the waste and refocuses every dollar on protecting families from harm. President Trump's own pollster found about 80% of Trump voters want this fixed. It's time for Congress to get this done. Stop the waste. Protect our communities. Visit safersupervision.com. Paid for by the Reform Action Fund.
The Bears are who we thought they were. And that's why we took the damn field. Now, if you want to crown them, then crown their ass. But they are who we thought they were. And we let them off the hook.
Don't touch that dial. You've found your home of the truth.
Do you solemnly swear to tell the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
With the best analysis in America.
You can't handle the truth.
And now back to the John Fredericks Show.
Oh, you got him back. Good to have you. Dr. McCullough is going to be joining us momentarily. I just want to say, though, before we get started, again, want to give a shout out to, this was so nice. Put this up for me, Dan, if you would. Robin Litchfield from Virginia, knitting this America 250 blanket for Ann and I and sending it to us. Robin, thank you. That's just gorgeous, right in our couch there. It's my favorite spot, right in front of the window. You see the little thing in the back. That's Sammy's little perch we got up so we can look out the window. But thank you, Robin. Thank you for doing that. Absolutely fantastic. And we have our America 250 commemorative blanket done by hand by Robin in Virginia. So Robin, just want to give a shout out to you and tell you thank you so much for that. Thank you for all you do for us and being such a loyal listener all the time. Wow, what a day it's going to be. Dr. Peter McCullough is joining us, and it's always good to have Peter with us. He is the number one guy that has really changed, single-handedly visionary, changed the way people do medicine in the United States, and he's with us now. Dr. Peter McCullough, the visionary, the founder of the wellness company, and their number one doctor, has been right about everything. Peter, thanks for being with us today.
Thank you.
Okay, let's get right to it. I'm going to start off script here, but I'm going to start with this parasite thing that came from a company that was putting lettuce out. They had to recall all these heads of lettuces all over the place. It's caused a real problem, grave sickness with a lot of people. Based on your knowledge of this, how did this happen? How did it get out there, and where do we go from here?
We're talking about the protozoal illness Cyclospora, and Cyclospora, it's in contaminated water. There are occasional cases when people swim in stagnant ponds. It's waterborne. It's not spread person to person. In this case, there was a company supplying lettuce to Taco Bell, and the lettuce was contaminated with Cyclospora, and these cases took off like wildfire. Now, John, this is explosive, watery diarrhea. I put out on our Substack, we called it Code Brown, and it really is, and it can last for a month or more. Some people get dehydrated or hospitalized. The number one treatment for this, and it goes away quickly, is actually the combination of trimethoprim, sulfamethoxazole, also known as Bactrim or Septra, and that's what we have in the Wellness Company Medical Emergency Kit. Oh, I knew you were going to grab it.
Well, yeah, because I was traveling.
John, the first question is, there it is. Does your van or your team, do you guys ever stop at Taco Bell?
You know what? I'm not. It's oddly enough you asked that. I am not a Taco Bell guy. I never eat there. I think I've eaten there one time. I'm 68 in my entire life, so I'm not worried. But not everybody eats at Taco Bell. So my question is, number one is, when you open up your emergency kit, if I were to get this or somebody in my family, and I open it up, what in here do I take? And is that description within the guidebook?
Yes. So the medication is trimethoprim sulfamethoxazole. So it's kind of two big words. You'll see it. These are bigger tablets. This is one of the bigger bottles, and it is used for infectious diarrhea. Now, it's in the guidebook. Now, if there's any questions, get on the phone with one of our doctors. We're been briefed on this. They know that this is the absolutely, this is a treatment of choice. You can shut down this diarrhea very quickly. Otherwise, it can be a month of misery. Now, what's shocking is that our CDC, never got ahead of this, didn't recommend people get some medication on hand ahead of time. And there's been, basically paralysis by analysis here. And, they were way behind the eight ball. This is, 12,000 employees. $9 billion budget and they can't handle a diarrhea outbreak. I mean, this is embarrassing.
Well, look, I mean, but here's another reason to get your medical emergency kit, because if you contracted this, it is right here. You're able to stop it. You don't have to go to the doctor. You don't have to do anything.
Right.
Everything is right here. It's in your guidebook. Ann and I and our family have not had any of the symptoms. We don't eat Taco Bell. But for those that don't eat Taco Bell, how did this thing spread so fast?
That's a fair question. And, whether or not there was mixing with other vegetables at the source of the farm or during transport, sometimes, some of these intermediaries actually hose down the products that may have spread by that method. The water that was used at these farms in Mexico must have been super loaded with this stuff. And there are some people who got sick, obviously, that can't trace it to Taco Bell, but this thing would have been extinguished if the whole country honestly had a medical emergency kit. We would just send out the communication and it would be problem solved. What we've demonstrated is the country is incredibly unprepared for infectious disease outbreaks since COVID-19. And yet we spend billions of dollars on biological threats to the country. So, wellness company, we have stepped up every time and provided the solution.
Well, here you have it again. All you got to do is get your medical emergency kit. Now, we don't know how bad this is, how far it's going, who's going to get it, how it's spreading. But when you recall, they recalled some enormous number of heads of lettuce. But the problem is they're already out in the grocery stores. A lot of people today, do what is it, Instacart or whatever. So they get right delivered to their home. Nobody's really thinking about it. You just chop it up, put it in a salad, put it in a sandwich, whatever you're doing, and then boom, you got it. And we don't even know where this is coming from. And then the problem is, I don't know if I'm buying a head of lettuce or I'm getting something with lettuce in it. How do I know if that lettuce is contaminated or not? Or should we just stop eating it?
Well, you simply don't know. A lot of us eat salads. You go out. My wife and I yesterday went out in Dallas, had a salad for dinner. You simply don't know. And, if you have lettuce at home, make sure you wash it pretty good. Put a strainer, wash it pretty good. I think everybody should get safe with a medical emergency kit. I mean, if a case of diarrhea came on big time right now, so, if I got it or my wife got it next couple of days, we would say, boom, it was due to that lettuce. Let's open the medical emergency kit, get trimethoprim, sulfamethoxazole, Bactrim Recepta is the other name of it, and take it twice a day. Typically takes about a week to knock this out. We give you more than that in the kit.
Well, listen, a week beats a month or more, and the dehydration that goes with it. This is a serious illness. I know I've talked to some people who know other people. I haven't talked to anybody directly, but people that I know that other people have had this said that this thing is nasty. I mean, it has like kept them out of work. They feel like crap. And but how did it start again? Get back to the genesis of this. You call it stagnant water. They were watered with that. Like, how did this? What was the embryo of this?
Yeah, likely there was lettuce farms or farms in central Mexico that were using contaminated water. Maybe it was in a form of a tank or from a stagnant pond, and where there was an overgrowth of this protozoa. It got sprayed on the lettuce in enough quantity. Remember, lettuce and raspberries and some of these fruits and vegetables, they have the ability of water to get in them, and it's enough there to transmit an organism. And it's hard to watch. When you open up a head of lettuce, you typically don't wash every leaf of it, and that's how it spread.
You know what? I was just thinking of that. Normally, like when I'll make a salad, you get the lettuce, you take the wrapping off, you take the outside leaves off, you throw those out, and then you just run it through water. But it's not like I'm peeling every leaf and washing it, right? So, and it's absorbing that water is in it. So it's absorbing it, right? I mean, it's like the same thing with spinach. If you ever cook spinach, you get fresh spinach, you put it in the big thing, it's all filled up, and then in 10 minutes you got just a tiny bit in the bowl because all of it's water that's in there. You only got that much. So it's the same thing. So you really have no way to guard at all, right?
Right. Now, remember, there are sporadic cases every year, and it typically comes if you're swimming in a stagnant lake or a pond and you accidentally swallow some water. That happened to me. I was just on vacation recently, and it turned out I was in Europe, but I was swimming in a small lake in the Alps of Vienna, and a big wave came, and I wasn't ready. And gulp, I swallowed some water. Well, if that would have been contaminated with cyclospora, if I would have had diarrhea develop after that, it's like, boom, you have to put two and two together that you had some contaminated water. Thank goodness I was traveling with a medical emergency kit, so I was ready.
Well, that's the thing. And when you look at the preventative here, right? So what can people do? Because this is a big deal. I mean, it started with Taco Bell, but it's spread now all over the place. So many people have it. What can people do to avoid this infection to start with?
Mm-hmm.
And then the medical kit when they get sick. And if they don't have a medical kit, what is the quickest way to get one?
Well, certainly people should order now, and you have your promo code Godzilla. So twc.health/Godzilla. Order a medical emergency kit. The Aqua Marine kit that John held up, that's the one you want with the Bactrim, trimethoprim, and sulfamethoxazole. I think everybody additionally ought to have an anti-diarrheal on hand. A good one to have is Imodium. You can get that over the counter. That'll slow down the diarrhea. People should have some electrolytes on hand to make sure that in case you do get sick. A common one is Pedialyte or Enlights. And then very importantly, everybody should, have their immune system, optimized. So, I just took 2 capsules of natural immunity to boost my immune system. I use a nasal spray and gargle every day. Remember, you can get a little bit of any bug in the food and not get sick if your immune system is robust. But if you have a lousy diet of just burgers and fries and junk food, you don't take any supplements, you're kind of set up for a Taco Bell cyclospora case.
Listen, I encourage every family should have one of these. I want you to go to twc.health/Godzilla, twc.health/Godzilla, promo code Godzilla. It's going to get you 10% off. But here's the key. You don't need it until you need it, and then you need it. And it'll take, you're not going to get this the next day, right? You got to sign up for it. You've got to engage with a wellness company, licensed doctor. They have to ask you questions over the internet. You have to answer them because these are prescription medications. To get these, you have to go through the online form with them, and then after you do that, then they can ship it to you. But the whole process is going to take probably 5 to 7 days. Quickest thing to do is to do it now, and it's preventative, and then you have it. Everything is here, and that I tell you, a lot of colds going around now, and I was coming down with one the other day, but I'm doing everything that's recommended in here. So I'm still here at work. Tell me about this nasal spray. Tell everybody about how that is so effective in preventing colds and the flu.
So the nasal spray we're talking about, it's not in the kit, so you buy it separately. It comes with a throat spray. It's called Immune Defense, probably the best names we've put on products, John. And it contains xylitol, erythritol, and other necessary ingredients that prevent the viruses and bacteria from setting up shop in your nose and your throat. And if you go on a plane, I know you travel all the time, you're in all these press briefings. I was on a plane, just over the weekend. Then I was at a big event last night in Dallas, shaking hands, people taking pictures. I went home and I used Immune Defense nasal spray and throat spray before I went to bed. I do it twice a day to prevent getting these infections that you get when you have contact with people.
And you look at what I do. You look at that press briefing room. There's, it seats 70. There's 150 people there. I mean, we're packed in like sardines. God knows what viruses are going around. There's nothing you can do to stop it. Everybody's coughing on each other. It's gross. Same thing when you travel. If you travel a lot, this is an essential because you're going to get this stuff. It just passes through the plane. The air is stale, all of that. But the best thing that you can do is get your medical emergency kit and also go to twc.health/Godzilla, twc.health/Godzilla immune defense.
Mm-hmm.
The nasal spray there and the gargle. Do that. What do you do that? Once a day, twice a
No,
day?
twice a day. It's a nasal spray and a throat spray, about 2 to 4 squirts up each nostril, sniff it back, spit it out, blow it out, and then probably about 5 sprays in the back of the throat. That will cover it. I'd also recommend natural immunity. That's an immune booster in it. It has the kind of the immune boosting vitamins as well as oregano in there. And it's just wise. The human immune system can be boosted, John. And, I've been in that briefing room too. And I have to tell you, I know Trump wants this new ballroom. I think they should bulldoze that briefing room and build a first-class communication center.
They should do that the first day, and they should open the seating up. I mean, the fact that
Yeah.
people that have been going there. This is my pet peeve. It doesn't even get me started. People that have been going there like me for 10 years. The fact that I've got a national audience, probably the of the 70, I think there's 49 seats in there, 50 something like that. I probably have triple the audience of 70% of those people. And yet for 10 years, I got to stand up. And now they've let in, which is illegal, not supposed to be there, all these tripods and camera stands. There's no room to stand. And it is just
And John, there's
horrible.
no airflow in that
Zero.
press briefing
None.
room. And whatever you do, don't go to the restroom. Talk about stale air in the back of that. I'm telling you, listen, you and I have been there. America needs, listen, this is important. White House communications is important. They should bulldoze that. They should bulldoze all those tents outside and make a first-class communication center.
Yeah, I mean, it should have, ample seating. Should be 100 seats. The fact that you got to stand there, but you're right. If you go in the men's room there, that thing is disgusting. So, I mean, it's no wonder.
Talk about cyclospora or Norwalk virus or something else. I mean, public restrooms are a danger. You know the airflow, John. We should have 6 full air exchanges per hour of the entire volume of the air. That's actually that's for air quality standards. And so many of the older buildings and rooms we go into don't meet that.
It's gross. The whole thing is gross, and it's just getting worse. And that's why people get sick now. I've got a little bit of a cold coming on. I've taken all the preventative stuff, so I'm here at work. But you talk about the briefing room. I was there on Thursday, right? On Thursday, Carolyn Levitt was back, her first one. So I go there Thursday. I get sick on Friday.
Yeah, that's it.
I get sick on Friday. I mean, Friday I've got runny nose. I got cough. The whole thing. Took all the things recommended in my emergency kit to keep it at bay so that I can come in today. Had a party Saturday. I was fine. Couldn't have done it without the things here in my medical emergency kit. But I was there Thursday. I got sick Friday. Yeah. How'd that work?
Yeah. Someone was there. They create a viral cloud. Remember, if someone's sitting in the middle of the room, a couple of coughs or sneezes, the entire room is filled with the virus. And if you got a big enough dose of it and that, you're susceptible, boom, you've got it. But, on the immune defense nasal spray, when you get sick, you should boost it to 4 to 6 times a day. Use both or really crank it up and use that. I boost natural immunity. Take 2 capsules twice a day. Start to get any type of productive cough or symptoms, azithromycin, follow the instructions on the azithromycin. And, you'll get through the illness without it having turned into a bronchial pneumonia.
Well, that's the key, because this stuff takes hold and you don't do anything about it and you keep working and you don't get proper rest. Then what happens? Bronchitis, pneumonia, and then you're out for weeks. So you want to be able to prevent that. Doc, your final word on this stuff, this lettuce and Taco Bell, and it's spreading, and now they got this recall here. How concerned are you about generally our food supply in general coming from Mexico and other countries that just don't have the standards we do?
Well, that's up to the USDA. Talk about another bloated agency that doesn't have the types of protocols to inspect produce. If you ever notice in Europe, there's far fewer of these types of problems over there. They might have much tighter standards from country to country and across the European Commission. I think the USDA needs to step up. This is another example where the wellness company provides a solution because our governments are falling flat on protecting Americans.
Absolutely. I mean, the fact that this tainted lettuce could get into a fast food restaurant and spread like this, and it was a long time before, or days before, we figured out what the hell this was.
Oh, yeah.
Days went by with people still eating it, and then 2 weeks went by before the company even did the recall, which is suspicious in and of itself, I think.
Well, because they had so much of the product at Taco Bell. And, you know, Taco Bell is one of the least expensive places to get a meal. So it really markets to the lower socioeconomic status classes of people. And they got way behind on this. And, you know, I hope the USDA and the US FDA can learn from this, step up. We ought to have some communications. You know, they could reach out to the wellness company. We could work on mini kits or other things in areas, because there was clusters of cases where people were eating at Taco Bell. And, you know, this is just epidemiology 101, 12,000 employees at the CDC, and they can't figure this out. This is embarrassing.
Yeah, and then they blame Trump and say it was because of the cuts in the budget he made that this is rampant. I mean, I was in the press briefing room Thursday, and a good friend of mine from, I think it was ABC reporter Catherine, lovely young lady, asked that question, like, well, is the outbreak, you know, and the fact that we didn't do anything, is this, you know, indicative of the cutbacks that Doge made at CDC? And Levitt was like, we got 12,000 people there. I mean, it's like 12,000 people should be able to figure this out. But that's what, you know, when it all comes down to it, you go in there, and the people that are seated, all they try to do is, well, it's Trump's fault, right? There's tainted lettuce in Mexico sold to Taco Bell, and people are sick, and somehow it's Trump's fault. This is the nonsense I got to deal with in there. But here's not nonsense. Do it now. You've been putting it off. The Wellness Company. Go to twc.health/Godzilla, twc.health/Godzilla. Get your medical emergency kit today. Be sure if this happens to you, you are prepared, because if you're not prepared and you get sick, you're out weeks. You can stave all that off. Stay healthy. Get it immediately. twc.health/Godzilla. Promo code Godzilla, 10% off. Get your wellness kit, your medical emergency kit today, and then you can thank me later. Saxman says it. Get it now. Get it for your whole family. Dr. McCullough, thank you for being with us.
Thank you.
As always. twc.health/Godzilla, promo code Godzilla, 10% off. And I'm going to order more immune defense today. Be right back. Steve Bannon next.
W299DB 107.7 Bon Air, 100.5 FM Goochland, and WJFB Portsmouth, AM 1650.
Hour from Town Hall. I'm Rich Thomason. Gas prices, which declined in recent weeks, are on their way back up, averaging $4 a gallon nationally, according to AAA. The increase comes as fighting between the U.S. and Iran escalates. Still, Secretary of State Rubio is holding out hope for fruitful talks with the Islamic Republic.
Even within their own system, there's a growing split. I think maybe some of your outlets have documented this. Between those that understand that their economy is in shambles and they need to do something, or they're going to be in a lot of trouble very soon, economically, domestically, and others who are very militant in their view of life and in their view of the world and continue to launch missiles. So they'll have to work out that split internally. We're going to continue to respond.
The U.S. stepped up attacks on Iran after several American service members in Jordan were killed by Iranian strikes. More U.S. warplanes now being dispatched to the Mideast. That revolving door at number 10 Downing Street continues to spin as Prime Minister Keir Starmer declares,
"My work is done."
Correspondent Charles de Ledesma in London.
Andy Burnham, the former mayor of Greater Manchester and new leader of the Labour Party, is taking the final steps to succeed Keir Starmer and become Britain's 7th Prime Minister in a decade. Starmer will travel the mile from Downing Street to Buckingham Palace to formally tell King Charles III that he's resigning. Soon after, the 56-year-old Burnham will go to the palace and Charles will ask him to form a government. This is when he will officially become Prime Minister, a moment known as kissing hands. I'm Charles Gillespie.
And it is now official. Andy Burnham is Britain's new Prime Minister. Spain is partying, celebrating its team's victory over Argentina in the World Cup final. Watching Wall Street, the Dow futures 178 points higher. NASDAQ futures up 281. More on these stories, townhall.com.
If you're watching the market, you may know that gold has pulled back more than 20% from its recent highs. Silver has fallen even further. History shows that this could be the perfect time to diversify your retirement portfolio to include precious metals like gold and silver. In crisis after crisis over the last 50 years, gold fell first, then surged to new highs as the crisis unfolded. That's why Advantage Gold wants to send you a free gold investment guide valued at $49, plus a free copy of economist Ken Rogoff's best-selling book, Our Dollar, Your Problem, when you call 800-900-8000. In today's market, government debt has exploded to nearly $40 trillion, and central banks around the world continue buying gold at record levels. The smart money sees opportunity. If you're considering diversifying a retirement account with precious metals, tax and penalty free, now is the best time to call Advantage Gold at 800-900-8000. Results vary. Consult your financial advisor before investing. Call 800-900-8000. That's 800-900-8000.
Thousands of supporters of India's youth-led cockroach movement are marching to India's parliament. They're demanding the resignation of the country's education minister.
The Cockroach Junta Party are leading chants from a stage at the only site authorized by police for today's protest. They claim, despite efforts to quash their movement, they will continue demanding the resignation of the education minister and fight for reform after a key student entrance exam paper was leaked and students were forced to retake the exam. Sonam Wangchuk has said he will end his hunger strike should Parliament take up the issue today. The 59-year-old will not be participating in the protest after he was forcefully taken to the hospital on Saturday.
That's BBC's Azadeh Mashiri. Ryan Fox has capped off an amazing week at the British Open. 39-year-old from New Zealand made a 12-foot birdie putt on the final hole for a 68, capture his first major championship. News and analysis at townhall.com. Sometimes deadly form of pneumonia surfaces again in the Big Apple.
The New York City Health Department is reporting a second death from the Legionnaire's outbreak on the Upper East Side that has made at least 72 people sick, sending many of them to the hospital. The disease is a form of severe pneumonia caused by a type of bacteria that thrives in warm, stagnant water. Health officials have focused on testing cooling towers that are part of air conditioning systems for large buildings. Health officials did not pinpoint a source for the outbreak, but say there's been a decline in new cases, and that indicates the source of exposure to Legionella bacteria has likely been eliminated. Legionnaire's disease is treatable, but 10% of people will die due to complications. Julie Walker, New York.
Congo's health ministry says at least 930 people have died in that country's Ebola outbreak. Fatalities recorded out of the 2,344 cases confirmed to date. More on these stories, townhall.com.
The Trump administration has brought positive changes when it comes to fixing our broken healthcare system. If we really want to make America healthy again, well, that starts at home. And that's where the Wellness Company comes in. You see and hear from the Wellness Company doctors all the time, and you know their products are the gold standard for keeping you and your family safe and healthy, giving you the opportunity to make sure you're prepared for whatever happens with their prescription medical kits. Additionally, the Wellness Company offers a variety of products, from parasite cleanses to methylene blue to weight loss and so much more. Make America healthy again starts at home. Do your part and protect the health of you and your family. Live a healthier, longer, and more satisfying life. Go to twc.health/Godzilla and order. That's twc.health/Godzilla. Use promo code Godzilla to save 10% today.
The Cats and Cosby Show.
It's the top news of the day.
People are out there saying, oh, the Iranians are never going to live by it. But let me tell you something. President Trump is going to bomb them again if they screw around.
Hopefully they live up to it. And if not, the pounding's coming. We're going to do it again and again and again.
The Cats and Cosby Show, weekdays 5 Eastern, 4 Central on the stations of the John Fredericks Media Network.
Trump is the toughest president we ever had.
Well, he's definitely the best bomber.
Van Hillary has fought for America before, and he's ready to do it again.
As an Air Force navigator in Desert Storm, Van's mission was simple: chart the course, stay on mission. When he came home to Tennessee, he won an election nobody thought a Republican could win. Then he did it again and again. For almost a decade, America First conservative Van Hillary has fought the radical left, stood with President Trump, and never folded, securing our border, cutting taxes, and bringing jobs to Tennessee.
Radical Democrats are trying to hijack our country. President Trump needs a conservative fighter who knows how to win. I'll keep fighting to help President Trump finish what he started, keeping our border secure, growing our economy, and destroying the woke agenda. I'm Van Hillary, and I approve this message because I'm standing with President Trump to get America back on mission.
America First conservative Van Hillary. He's never folded, and he never will. Paid for by Van for Tennessee.
Now more than ever, it's imperative to support companies that share our conservative values. That's why I can't be more excited to tell you that I've switched my family to Patriot Mobile. Patriot Mobile is America's only Christian conservative wireless provider. When you switch to Patriot Mobile, you shift your support away from the leftist, woke, progressive agendas of Big Mobile. Patriot Mobile's wireless service works perfectly and seamlessly as you go about your lives with exceptional nationwide coverage that uses the same towers the main carriers use. Patriot Mobile donates a portion of every dollar earned to causes you care about, to organizations that fight for religious freedom, First and Second Amendment, sanctity of life, and the needs of veterans and first responders. Patriot Mobile has plans to fit any budget, along with great discounts for our veterans and first responder heroes, as well as multi-line users. Switching is easy. Just go to patriotmobile.com/Godzilla or call their U.S.-based customer service team, 972-PATRIOT. That's 972-728-7468. Use offer code Godzilla for free activation.
Washington is wasting $500 million every year on a federal supervision system that doesn't work. Probation officers are overwhelmed. Resources are going to people who pose zero threat, while actual dangerous individuals slip through the cracks. The Safer Supervision Act stops the waste and refocuses every dollar on protecting families from harm. President Trump's own pollster found about 80% of Trump voters want this fixed. It's time for Congress to get this done. Stop the waste. Protect our communities. Visit safersupervision.com. Paid for by the Reform Action Fund.
This is Crom Carmichael, CEO of Solti. We got a wonderful email from one of our customers up east named Joe, and here's what he had to say. I started taking Solti almost out of desperation with little hope because I was resigned to the futility that although I was up to taking 2 statins a day, high cholesterol was something I just had to learn to live with. In fact, when I turned 60, after taking a stress cardio test, my doctor called me on a Saturday, which of course is never a good sign, and told me that I was clogged more than 95% of the people my age. I had an angioplasty and a stent procedure done at that time. Today, my stubborn triglycerides are only 1/3 of what they had been before starting taking Solti. My prescription statin dosage has shrunk from 60 milligrams to only 10 milligrams a day. My primary care doctor that I have had for many years still can't believe the results, and neither can I. Thank you, Solti, for providing such a wonderful product. And folks, I want to invite you to take care of your heart also by going to GodzillaHeart.com. That's GodzillaHeart.com. Use the code Godzilla at checkout, and you'll get a 50% discount on your initial shipment. Thanks so much.
And they're off. This summer, the Thunder returns to Colonial Downs Racetrack. Live thoroughbred racing June 25th through September 7th. Feel the excitement. Hear the roar of the crowd. Experience Virginia's premier horse racing destination every Thursday through Sunday all summer long. Bring the whole family for Family Fun Sundays, packed with activities for all ages. Parking? Free. General admission? Free. Memories? Priceless. Make Colonial Downs Racetrack your new summer fun time tradition. Get tickets and race day info now at colonialdowns.com.
Later on, at summer's close, the crack of bats where heroes rose. We cheered at games beneath the sky, remembering those who sacrificed. Oh, liberty, land of the brave and true, blessed by God in all we do, from golden shores to mountains grand. The greatest blessing in this land, we raise our voices clear tree that will not grow.
Live from the studios of the John Fredericks Media Network, it's the John Fredericks Show. Grab yourself a cup of 1775 coffee, sit back, and get ready for the best 4 hours of talk in the universe. To be part of the show, just call our toll-free number, 888-480-5646. And now, here's the Godzilla of Truth, the Oracle of the Deplorables, the man Jack Nicholson knows can handle the truth, John Fredericks.
Oh, it's great to have you with us. I'm John Fredericks, your Godzilla of the Truth in America, your Oracle of the Deplorables, coming live from Washington, D.C., waiting for Steve Bannon. In the meantime, we are going to take your calls, 888-480-JOHN, 888-480-5646. And thank you, Dan. Let's get started with a couple things for you before we wait for your calls. Number one is we just had a great sweet party at Colonial Downs. Colonial Downs Racetrack, I got to tell you what, is a beautiful track. The experience of a lifetime. Your family is going to love it. Just go to colonialdowns.com, colonialdowns.com. They're in New Kent, Virginia, 20 minutes from Richmond, about an hour from Virginia Beach, about 2 hours and 15 minutes from D.C. when we go there. Easy to do, easy to commute, get in and out, free parking, free admission, great food, just a great time for you and your family. All you want to do is go to colonialdowns.com, win money, have fun, just a great atmosphere. We had such a good time there. Win money, have fun. Go to colonialdowns.com. They got racing there Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, post time 12:30. And I got to check the weather once in a while. If there's excessive heat, they might move post time up a little bit, but fun for the whole family. It's all free and you're going to have such a good time. Everything there is just great. Your kids are going to love seeing the horses, and not a lot of time in between races. So it's not like you're sitting there for 40 minutes in between. There's about 20 minutes in between them, and you can go to the paddock and see them and check them out. And of course, in about 3-4 weeks, you'll see our horse run when he's entered, and his name is, his name is Baymont Parfait. So kind of a fun name, Baymont Parfait. 6-year-old gelding, and he'll probably be racing there in the next 3 to 4 weeks, depending on what races are available that fits his class. But it's a lot of fun. Baymont Parfait, the name of our horse, and Mike Campbell, our trainer. There'll be others coming in as well. And after this is over, probably shipping to Tampa. So, but he'll probably get two starts here. Maybe, two starts. Could be 3, but probably 2. And we'll go from there. 888-480, John, you want to weigh in? 888-480-5646. No Steve Bannon as of yet. Here is Congressman Mike McCall saying that China has been interfering with American elections. They put money into the 1997 Clinton campaign to start with. He said, my last campaign at Senator Marco Rubio at the time had a disinformation campaign. Let's go to 12, Congressman McCall, on China.
I think 80% of the American people support this, whatever the combination is. But the simple fact is, require them to be citizens to vote. It's really that simple. The president talked a lot about China. I prosecuted the China investigation, 1997. They were putting money into the Clinton campaign. My last campaign, and Senator Marco Rubio at that time, had a disinformation campaign launched against us by China. They are interfering in these elections. We need to take this integrity issue seriously, and that's why it's important to pass it.
It's interesting that we're seeing some pushback now from some of the journalists on these libtards. I'm going to go to Cut 13 yesterday in the Sunday shows. Here's John Carl pushing back on Virginia Senator Mark Warner, who tried to claim there's a voter ID law in Virginia. Well, there's not one because they never passed it because the Democrats blocked it time and again. Mark, you're a senator. You don't even know what your own voting rules are in the state that you're representing. Dan, let's go to 13. Take a listen.
I understand
that you and I think every other Democrat oppose this so-called Save America Act, and there's a lot of reasons that you've put forward. But let me ask you very narrowly on the issue of photo ID, requiring photo ID to register to vote. Is this something that Democrats should get behind?
We have
80-some% of Americans, 71% of Democrats say they favor this?
You know what? In Virginia, we have voter ID and photo ID. I got to show my...
That's actually not the case. I mean, I'm a Virginia voter. You don't need to show a photo ID in Virginia. There are a wide range of things you can show for ID. And if you don't show one of those, you can sign an affidavit saying...
sign an affidavit.
But so it's not required.
And those become ballots that if you want to contest later can be contested. But you do have a variety of documents. But we have voter ID of one form or another.
But should that be a national standard?
Or a clown. He doesn't even know. This guy's running for his, third term in the Senate? Or fourth term? I don't even know how many years he's been there. He doesn't even know the laws of his own state. And not a fan of Carl's, but kudos for pushing back. Saying, no, you don't. I vote in Virginia, dude. Like, you're not going to roll me here. Like, I vote here. And you don't need anything. You don't need squat to vote. You don't need anything to vote. You need a piece of paper, or if you have nothing, you can just sign an affidavit, and that vote goes in until somebody challenges it. So you're full of crap. But, he's running for term number 4. He's been there 18 years. He said he'd serve only 2. Liar. They all lie. I mean, Warner's a disgrace. He's become a disgrace. I mean, he came in there, I had high hopes for him. I really did. He's a moderate business guy. He was, aligned with Manchin. He tried to do he had the budget where they had the gang of 7 or gang of 9 or something. This was not immigration. This is where they were concerned about the debt. They were trying to get a bipartisan deal to get the debt down. That blew up. That went nowhere. Now they're signing on to bajillions and trillions of dollars. They don't care. I mean, you just get sucked up in the left-wing nonsense that goes on, and you lose all credibility, except for Fetterman. Everybody else just gets sucked into it, Warner being one of them. Unbelievable. And here he's trying to tell Carl, let's get to the next one. This will be number 14. Here he is trying to tell John Carl that the SAVE Act is about voter disinformation. All you want is an ID to vote. How is this voter disinformation? Roll it. Unbelievable.
It's an official point. But this is not about voter ID. The SAVE Act is about voter disenfranchisement. The SAVE Act is going to take anybody that changed their name when they got married. They don't get to vote unless they can go back and find.
And if you don't have an ID, if you don't have your passport.
And John, right. But John, just.
Yeah. And then Carl then rolls with him because he gets scared. Well, you don't have a voter ID or a passport, no, then you can't vote. Well, yeah. Who doesn't have an ID? I mean, I went to Colonial Downs Saturday. You can't get in without presenting your ID at entrance. You have to have a Virginia or state ID. First of all, you got to prove you're 21 to gamble. Then they got to be sure you're not on the list that you put yourself on. You have an ID to get in to get a hot dog. I mean, the whole thing is insane. You can't get a Greyhound bus ticket. You can't get anything today without an ID. You can't check into a hotel. Oh, try doing that. See how that works. You can do nothing without an ID except vote. Vote, then you can do anything. And I always told you this story when I filed to run for Ward 2 chairman, when I went to the Washington, D.C. to DOE, Department of Elections, to file, I had to show an ID to get in the building, to get onto the floor in the elevator, to file my papers to vote, for which I don't need an ID, but I had to give them an ID to get up to the floor to register. It's unbelievable. This is the stupidest thing. This is all they want to do is cheat. Cheat. And here's an interesting one. Here's Horace Cooper saying, our founders understood the risks of mass democracy and the threats to liberty. That's why we have a republic. You can't have mob rule. 15, interesting. Dan's been talking about this for the last 2 weeks. Go ahead, roll it.
As he morphs into. Is it wrong to take this in a lighthearted fashion? Should we be taking these folks more seriously?
Well, I do take them very seriously, and I find it ironic that in the middle of our 250th anniversary, where our founders understood the risks of mass democracy and the threats to liberty, they created a republic for this reason. And what this platform does is it throws out all of that and exposes every American to the very kinds of risks that our founders tried to avoid.
That's what Dan's been saying in the Hobgood Minute all week. Let's get to, this is going to drive the libtards bat crap crazy. Here's Bill Maher, one of their heroes, the other day said he was probably going to vote for Vance if AOC is the nominee or one of the other communists. But here's Bill Maher saying that I'm not living in communist America. I read the quotes, and he is pushing back on the communist takeover of the Democratic Party. Let's get to 16. Take a look.
Mm-hmm. So I'm not living in communist America. I mean, I know the talking point is that, well, it's not communism, it's socialism. Okay, I've read the quotes from the DSA platform, from their own mouths. Don't tell me I'm not seeing what I am seeing. And DSA, again, they.
Okay, joining us now, Stephen K. Bannon of War Room, former White House strategist for President Trump in the first term, and a good friend of mine. Steve, thanks for joining us.
Hey, John. How you doing, brother?
Never better, Steve. Lots to talk about today. I want to start with Iran. Where do we go from here?
You know, I think I think we're in an escalatory cycle. Supposedly behind the scenes they're talking, but we're still flooding the zone with more assets, and the fight's now into infrastructure. So the economic war part, I think we've blown past, and it looks like we're in an escalatory cycle, and we'll have to see how it plays out. I think thinking the Pentagon is, they're teetering on the brink of not being able to control anything, but not the Pentagon, but the Persians, and that they're very close to bringing the Revolutionary Guard to his knees and bring him back to the table to negotiate. I just think that if you go back to the MOU, it was too complicated. We gave them too much stuff. We talk about taking off the sanctions. We actually took off the oil. We gave them an oil license. It was way too premature for where they were. And one of the issues is who you actually negotiating against. We've shattered a lot of their command structure, and we're in it now. I don't think this thing resolves anytime shortly. Obviously, it's going to have a massive impact here, not just on the economy, but a massive impact on the politics this November. But as I've said from the beginning, I think we've got to have an inquiry into what intelligence the president was given at the time and what intelligence he's getting now, because I think the Persians are dug in for a fight, and this thing could go a
while. What is the effect on the midterms if this thing is protracted? And do you think we should take the islands and just take control of the Strait, Steve, by gunboat?
No, I think if you look, I think the naval blockade out can get you, and if you put real economic pressure on it, which I don't think we've taken that to the 10th power, particularly the way they money launder through the Gulf Emirates, and we haven't destroyed their currency. I think if you take the islands and you get more, impact of ground forces, even if the air's put them in, you're just going to be dug. The Persians are smart enough to realize they can extend this through the November elections and hope for a change in the House and all the catastrophe that'll bring. I just think that the president and the team has got to realize that we have an intensity problem. We've closed the gap, I think, from the generic polling, but we have an intensity problem. They're 10 points. The Democrats are 10 points higher on intensity than we are, and you know this from talking to the grassroots, that a lot of the hardcore grassroots and the grassroots leaders are just not feeling it right now. And part of that is what I think the president tried to do last week, exposing the fact of how the Democrats steal elections with the 275,000 either illegal aliens or non-citizen aliens on the voter rolls. That's just not a mistake. That's just not some sort of, oh gosh, I inadvertently, signed up here. That's in 4 states. So there's millions. After we've been told there's nobody, there's millions, maybe tens of millions on here. And Bill Maher can talk all he wants about he's not going to live in a communist America. He's not going to live in a Marxist America. Well, California is that right now. Los Angeles, he lives in both of it, right? Number one, he's voted for it. Number two, you're not going to unwind that until you get to this voter security issues. And that's what I think the White House has got to drive. Now, they're talking about attaching Save America to many different types of bills to try to get it past the Senate. But I think that the grassroots don't see some real active campaign to make sure elections can't be stolen, coupled with the extension of this war at least for another at least several months. You're going to have a real voter enthusiasm problem, and not just voter enthusiasm. You're going to have the ability to still have all these illegal aliens or non-citizen aliens vote. So hopefully we'll see an action plan. Cleta Mitchell, a bunch of people will talk about an action plan to try to clear this up now. I just think you can't wait for legislation. I would hope the president would declare a national security emergency and sign an executive order attached to that to let us get in to take care of some of these problems that have to be taken care of right now. Or I think these midterm elections could slide away from us.
What did you think of his speech Thursday?
I thought the speech was terrific. I would have liked to seen some more names named, particularly FDR. Some of the people suppressing. I understand that there was a lot of pressure not to include a lot of that stuff at all. I think the DNI, Bill Pulte, and I think John Solomon did an amazing job at 4. People have to realize this is 4 weeks worth of work. This was dead in the water, and in fact, I think that they got briefed by the CIA, 4.5 weeks ago when they first started, and it was not, that the presentation is 180 from where we are today. So I think the president's speech, and remember, he gave that speech with 90% of the elected Republican officials don't want this out there. They're fighting him every step of the way. Members of his administration are fighting him. Members of the White House are fighting him. You saw the huge fights last week. So the enthusiasm of the elected officials, they had a huge story in the Washington Post this morning how Watley, who to me is just getting crushed in North Carolina, he keeps saying he's going to, this thing's going to come down to a point, but the polling I've seen has got huge spreads on it. And one of the reasons is that the hardcore grassroots volunteers and leaders, the MAGA leaders on the ground in North Carolina, are not Watley fans. And Watley refused to. I think the next day he had an event and didn't mention the speech at all. And so my belief is if you don't get your hands around the voter integrity, Bill Maher can talk all he wants to about what he's going to support and what he's not going to support. It's just a fantasy right now. These people, they have a model of how to basically steal elections. They control, 20 of the biggest cities in the United States. They control these blue states, New York, Illinois, California, and others. These are sanctuary states. They're sanctuary cities. They're trying to give more and more privileges and spend more and more money on illegal aliens or alien non-citizens. So it's a fantasy unless you get to the heart of that problem. They're going to have a power base, and that power base is growing. Just look at Mamdani in New York. So the President Trump's trying to lead this effort, but he's being fought as much by the establishment of his party as he is by the opposition. So I thought the speech was great, and it's good. There's more action items, I think, coming for that. I think there's going to be more revelations. I think the Cleta Mitchells of the world are going to come out with specific action plans that have to be taken care of now. But you add lack of official enthusiasm with that, and coupled with this war looking to drag on, it's going to be very, very problematic come November.
Stephen K. Bannon with us, Steve, by phone. You nailed it a week ago. You said that these 20 major cities are all controlled by the far left basically by the communists now, and eventually going to have two countries, and you can't govern. Yesterday, Mandami come out and said, I'm going to find a way to arrest Netanyahu, the prime minister of Israel, when he steps foot in New York for the UN meeting. So now you've got a mayor that is going to basically create an international crisis by, I guess, running his own government and trying to handcuff the prime minister of Israel with his security there. What the hell is that about?
Well, no. I think you nailed it. That's a great buried lead. I'm no fan of Netanyahu. In fact, I think his Imperial Israel, Greater Israel project has really destroyed a lot of support for Israel in the United States. And I think militarily, it's one of the reasons that we're, stuck in this fight in Iran when we shouldn't be. That being said, you've nailed it. Right there you have, now think about it for a second. You have a mayor who has said, we will not enforce anything to do with mass deportations. In fact, if ICE shows up, we will fight. I'll have my police force fight ICE and arrest ICE. He then says that, contrary to the ICC and our rejection of ICC of having any authority over American military or troops or whatever, that he will arrest Netanyahu. And for people not fans of Netanyahu, my point is he could say he could arrest anybody, any foreign leader. He could say, "Hey, I'm going to arrest him," or in this case, if the ICC doesn't like him, I'm going to arrest him, and go over federal law and the president's commander in chief. That's the arrogance of these people. And hey, we're not confronting him. We're not confronting him on ICE in New York City. We're not confronting him with mass deportations. In fact, the bill we've got up for the reconciliation actually has $1 billion, I think, for one of the tunnels in New York City. We're not putting any financial pressure on him whatsoever. And you see the arrogance of these people every day. So Bill Maher and all these liberals can talk about what they're going to vote for, what they're not going to vote for. Right now, Mandami doesn't care about your vote because he controls the voting apparatus in New York City, and they're not prepared to give it over. In D.C., you're going to see this, and I think you see it better than anybody. D.C. is about to take even a more radical direction than Mandami and what's happening in L.A. and Chicago. And people have to realize that's the fight we have. The fight we have is not in Tehran, although we're pumping tons of resources and a huge amount of opportunity costs by the president into this situation and try to get it resolved. The fight is in the United States in these big cities, and we refuse to address it. That's the cancer. That's a cancer that's metastasizing in the United States. Unless we deal with it, it's going to lead to a civil war. There's no doubt about it. You can see these people getting more and more arrogant every day.
Darlene Graham Nardone. Look, Steve, I don't know anything about her, but this country's hanging by a thread. The U.S. Senate Republican Conference is a clown car. It's becoming like Soupy Sales. Remember him? It's just silly. The whole thing is silly. Now we've got bad enough. Look, I get the, point Darlene, Lindsay's my friend, pay homage. Okay, I get it. Now we got the president saying, well, let's back her for Senate for a full term. I'm for her. She was asked a question after she got sworn in. How do you stand on the SAVE Act? Her answer, I'm not here to answer questions. What's going on here, Steve?
Yeah, you have to ask the president about that one. I don't know. People in South Carolina, though, it's very torn because there's a lot of, anti-Trump forces down there that are back of any other candidates. So I think we'll have to see how this thing shakes out. But it's, I don't want to speak ill of the dead, so I won't say anything about Lindsey Graham. But, right now the Senate is treating President Trump like a lame duck. That has to be addressed. They haven't gone on a day of recess in this entire 5.5 years. They've not had one day of official recess because McConnell has basically said, I don't trust him to even have one day of recess about what his appointments. So
right.
Right now they're talking about attaching the SAVE Act to a CR, a short-term CR. By the way, that doesn't cut any spending whatsoever to get it passed in the Senate. So right now it's just a total mess up on Capitol Hill, I think, and the anti-Trump forces, I believe, are gathering more strength, and I think you see that there's elements of the Senate that would like to see us lose the House. They would like to see the president and the White House under more pressure. So it's, I mean, we're in a jam right now. That's why I think we've got to get back to basics. Basics, number one, is implementing, drilling down even more what President Trump talked about on Thursday. More investigations, more public exposure of names. We should have the names released. And, the FBI should be after particularly people inside the FBI that set up this shadow government. I love Cash, but he put out a video about everything he's doing with the World Cup, which I don't care about. I think it's the World Economic Forum on a pitch. Instead of arresting the FBI officials that are in these emails saying they set up a shadow government to thwart President Trump. So I think more than ever, we've got to focus on, if we don't focus on this voter integrity, voter security, ASAP, and I mean like in the next 72 hours, about an executive order of what we're going to actually do to make sure these elections can't be stolen in November, we're going to be up against it. And I tell you, if we lose the House, the White House will become Fort Apache. And, I've been warning people about this. It's nothing to mess around with. And right now, I just don't think enough people are, the urgency your audience has and the urgency the grassroots leaders of the MAGA movement have, I don't think is being replicated anywhere else in the official Republican apparatus.
You mentioned the number one thing, which is our Achilles heel right now going to these midterms, is not the war. It's not gas prices. Those are coming down. Oil is coming down. It's intensity of the MAGA voter. I get callers every day telling me they've checked out. They're disappointed. They can't get friends of theirs to vote. They don't think that this war is worth it, and many other things out there. We haven't seen the mass deportations that we were promised, etc. So we have a lack of intensity. Look, Steve, it's July. I mean, early voting starts in Virginia. I think it starts in like August or something. It's like 6 months out. What do we do to address that, Steve Bannon?
I think it's the key point, but you've seen, we took the show to Texas for 3.5 months about this Islamic issue, and of course Ken Paxton's campaign at the time against Cornyn, which was really getting, browbeaten. And you saw in Virginia with the redistricting, when people think their people are engaged and they actually are having open communications and support, and money's coming in to at least support some of the grassroots efforts. The grassroots is out there, but they need to be motivated. They need to be led. They need to be said, hey, you guys are important, and we can pull this off. And look, this thing in the House is going to come down to, anywhere between 10 and, let's say, 15 congressional districts. I think those could be held, and the analysis at Cook is that we're already with redistricting, we're around 210 to 212, so 6 to 8 to 10 pickups of the roughly 20 they say are uncertain could hold the House by a seat or two, and I think that's what you're looking for now. Decision Desk, which I think is pretty good, came out with their analysis last week and said, hey, this looks like right now, as they look at it, as a blowout. It's 229 to, I think, 206 or something, but it's a blowout for the Democrats. People have got to get motivated here. The House, to me, is everything. Senate's obviously very important, but, the Senate's official function is really to be the human resources department of an administration, and the House is everything. And right now, the enthusiasm's not there. The Democrats are 10 points up on enthusiasm. I mean, they see the ability to stop not just President Trump, but the entire, Trumpism, the MAGA movement, all of it. Don Lemon has an interview out over the weekend when he says, MAGA is nothing but the American version of the Nazi Party, and that's how these people think. And there's going to be huge blowback in case we lose. As I've been warning people since 30 days into this administration. If people don't take it seriously, there's going to be huge repercussions to this. And I think number one, the way you get people's attention is to follow up on what you saw Thursday night, which is things that we can control, which is voter security. There's things right now that are a little bit beyond our control, which is this metastasizing war in the Middle East. That has to be obviously dealt with. But there are things we can control. And if we don't start controlling things we can control, you could potentially get wiped out in November. And you see it every day in your show. We see it in the war room. People want to go to work. They want to fight for this. They want to fight for MAGA. But they've got to article about Watley. The day after the speech, he didn't mention one thing. The president does a primetime address from the East Room of the White House that he wants broadcast TV to pick up. He put a tense amount of effort into this. And actually, it's the first time any American president has gone on national TV and said, hey, there are major problems inside the government. And the problems are that there's a government inside of a government, like a permanent government, a deep state that does what it wants to do, including stealing elections, which it could steal from any president, not just Trump. And he warns the American people about it. It's as important as Eisenhower's warning about the military-industrial complex. And what happens the next day? You have a Senate candidate who's in trouble, in particular with the grassroots, and has a huge enthusiasm problem down there. And he and his staff purposely don't mention it. And they talk about safety of communities. They talk about important things, but not things of the moment, and particularly what President Trump addressed. So I think that you see what your problem is right there. There are a number of these Republicans that just, including people that are in tough elections, who need grassroots enthusiasm, who are clearly, the polling says, lacks that enthusiasm, who just thinks they know better. And if they think they know better, then they're going to get blown out by 10 points in November. That because the intensity is definitely on the other side. There's no doubt. I've seen this now for at least a year, this intensity on the left to remove Trump and to end Trumpism.
Steve Bannon, I know you're short on time. I want to thank you for your input today. Thanks for being with us. War Room, Steve Bannon, not a podcast, so just stop. Live radio, live TV. You're not when people say you're a podcast, please tell them you're not. It drives me nuts. You're live, Steve. You're live 10 to noon Eastern time, Monday to Friday, and then on Saturday, and then 5 to 6, and then your Saturday 10 to noon on War Room. You can catch them there. Quick word from our sponsors. When I get back, Frank Zaccanelli coming up. Oh, we got the Oracle of Omaha. Frank says, not so fast. Keep it right here.
In 2008, the amount of concentrated time people could spend on a task without becoming distracted was 12 seconds. 5 years later, it was only 8 seconds, 1 second less than a goldfish. If you're often distracted or have trouble recalling information, you're likely to fall behind in the demanding, fast-paced 21st century. In other words, brain performance is more critical now than ever. Boost your brain power with Healthy Cells Focus Plus Recall. Science-backed nootropics to help you sharpen focus, concentrate longer, enhance recall, improve mental speed, learn rapidly, and be more alert. It's a pill-free brain supplement made with maximum absorption ingestible gel technology, designed to feed your brain at the cellular level. Take it for a test drive. Go to healthycell.com and use code GODZILLA for 20% off your first order of Focus Plus Recall. That's healthycell.com, code GODZILLA for 20% off.
This is Crom Carmichael, CEO of Solti. We got a wonderful email from one of our customers up east named Joe, and here's what he had to say. I started taking Solti almost out of desperation with little hope because I was resigned to the futility that although I was up to taking 2 statins a day, high cholesterol was something I just had to learn to live with. In fact, when I turned 60, after taking a stress cardio test, my doctor called me on a Saturday, which of course is never a good sign, and told me that I was clogged more than 95% of the people my age. I had an angioplasty and a stent procedure done at that time. Today, my stubborn triglycerides are only 1/3 of what they had been before starting taking Solti. My prescription statin dosage has shrunk from 60 milligrams to only 10 milligrams a day. My primary care doctor that I have had for many years still can't believe the results, and neither can I. Thank you, Solti, for providing such a wonderful product. And folks, I want to invite you to take care of your heart also by going to GodzillaHeart.com. That's GodzillaHeart.com. Use the code Godzilla at checkout, and you'll get a 50% discount on your initial shipment. Thanks so much.
Don't touch that dial. You found your home of the truth.
Do you solemnly swear to tell the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
With the best analysis in America.
You can't handle the truth.
And now back to the John Fredericks Show.
Okay, you're back on the John Fredericks Media Network, and I am your Godzilla of the Truth in America, your Oracle of the Deplorables. Thanks for joining us today. As always, Pennsylvania Posse coming up at 9 o'clock. Right now, Frank Zaccanelli. Look, I love this guy. He's He is the managing partner and the one of the owners of Pass the Wire. Go to passthewire.com, passthewire.com. And Frank has nailed it. We got a gambling situation in this country that is exploding. The industry is growing by 15% a year, both the athletics gambling, the sportsbook gaming. Everything's on your iPhone. All the bets are there. Plus, then when you add in the futures markets, poly market, cashy, you have went on in the White House the other day. There needs to be regulations. But I asked him to come on today, and Frank, thanks for joining us. Warren Buffett, the Oracle of Omaha, had an explosive column, basically saying that gambling and futures and all this stuff, the predictive markets, were going to destroy America. And you took issue with that because his business, which is stock market day trading, is the ultimate gambling of all kind. And so I think the guy's full of crap. But you want to dispute that, and I was hoping that you could shed a light on that whole thing for us today. Frank Zaccanelli with us. Pass the Wire. Go to passthewire.com.
Well, thank you, John. It's good to be with you. I'm a big fan of yours, so I'm happy to be here. Far be it from me to throw stones at Warren Buffett. He's one of the largest, most successful investors in U.S. history. I mean, there's not even an issue. But his world that he lives in and the world that we live in presently today is a little bit different. He has been, if you would have bought, Berkshire Hathaway 25 years ago, you'd have probably made 100 times your money. But, 25 years and, you'd have had to put it away for your kids or whatever, which some people have done. Smart investing. But 33% of the market, John, is day trading. Okay? So actually the number is 27% if you want to get in the middle. 27% of the market is day trading. $33 billion a day. $33 billion a day in day trading. Now, anybody that knows anything about retail trading, day trading, I mean, it's gambling way worse than deciding that the Dallas Cowboys are going to lose the game because the coach doesn't know what he's doing. I mean, this is unbelievable statistics. So let me give you a few statistics. So anywhere between 20 and 35% of everyday market is day trading and retail trading. So I want you to think about that. It's $33 billion a day in this category. $33 billion a day. Now, if you compare it to what's going on with the online markets, John, it's $1.3 billion a day of online gambling. So if you were just to do a comparison between the gambling on Wall Street, and day trading is gambling. I'm going to give you another statistic that's going to blow you away. 4% of the day trading activity is online gambling. 1.3 billion versus 33 billion. So there's not even an argument to be made. When you're day trading, you're looking for short-term hits, right? The guy who's got to pay his payment, car payment next week is a little bit worried, or this and that, or he wants to buy a boat, or he wants to do this. Warren Buffett is right. If everyone had the ability to hold a stock for 30 years, you'd be way better off. But it's not how the market works. A third of the market doesn't work that way. So when he makes a comment that we're turning everybody into gamblers, they're already gambling. I mean, probably one of the biggest gambling, institutions in the world is the stock markets in the United States, because 90% of the day traders lose money year one. I want you to think about that. 90%. These all come from Goldman Sachs, and I've got all these statistics from, Las Vegas. So when Buffett starts talking about we're turning the country into gambling, we're already there. I mean, it's already there, and it's camouflaged and dressed up. You dress the pig up in a new suit, if you will, with Wall Street, with 27% on average, 33 billion a day in day trading. That's nothing more than you get some information. You think that stock's going to go up, so you buy it, you try to sell it tomorrow. It's really no different. So it doesn't even infringe on anything when you're talking 4%.
So, I mean, that's why I wanted to have you on today. I thought he had this warning sign that, the date that online gambling on athletics and predictive markets, the futures markets, cashy, or Polymarket that everybody's turning into a gambler. It's going to be the ruin of America. He's already his business is 99% of it. So I thought the whole column he did, or the whole uh, platform he had, was basically hypocritical and facetious, trying to protect his own business, which is basically trading in stocks, which, as you said, is the biggest gambling outfit in America.
Well, the day trading for sure. If you take a look at Berkshire, they buy stuff for the long haul. But the average guy who's raising a family and coming up, he doesn't have 25 years.
Right.
So they've turned into this, cycle. And like I said, 33 billion to 1.3 billion, it's 4%. Online gambling is 4% of day trading in the United States. It's not even, it's a rounding error, John. So when you come up with this, we are in the world that we live in. Everybody has an app on their phone. Everybody's doing what they're doing. And Kalshi and Poly markets are going to set a new standard now, because that's going to be the Wall Street of gambling. That's going to become really a very sophisticated game. The biggest issue, they got to control it. You got to govern it. You get into the Trump thing, with his guy and everything else. You got to govern all this. But it's no different than the stock market. The stock market's got to be governed as well. And sometimes there's insider trading to a point that people want to puke. So, I love Warren. I think he's an American icon. But in this case, I don't think he really knows, all the statistics that I just gave you.
Okay, we're with Frank Zaccanelli, PassTheWire.com. Go to PassTheWire.com. You get more information there. And look, I believe that gambling in the United States on athletics, horse racing, obviously, I'm in the business. I'm a racehorse owner. We go to the track all the time, just there this past weekend. And I have a site, GodzillaWins.com, where I put my picks up. But I don't do a cashier or what is it, Polymarket.
Polymarket, yeah.
Yeah, for obvious reasons. I get information from different people that I never want to be accused of compromising that. But that thing is exploding. I mean, it's getting, and you can bet on anything. I mean, like yesterday, I'll just give you an example, right? And I don't do that. I mean, I go to my book up the street. I go to my kiosk. I bet, Spain to win the cup minus 150, right? So, you're laying 150 to win 100. I want to win 100. I got to put a $1.50. Spain wins. You go in, you cash your ticket, done.
Right.
You walk out with your money, or you tear it up and throw it in the garbage, as I have plenty of experience with discarded tickets, believe me. So, but that's different. Now you go to this other thing, and you're able to bet anything on this, Tashi, anything, including like what temperature is going to be in a certain city at a certain time. How do you regulate that? Because it's huge.
Well, it's going to be a challenge, like Wall Street has been a challenge to regulate, right? Insider trading is prevalent, John, I'm sure every day. And I'm sure that 95% of it goes, unchecked, right? So there's going to be an issue with it. You're going to have to regulate it. I think when it comes to sports, right? Not politics now, just stay in the sports area for a moment. The Cowboys are either going to win or lose. The Giants are going to win or lose. They're either going to win more than 7.5 games, the Giants, or they're not. It's going to be, pretty direct in terms of what that is. Now, on the prediction markets that, like, we got into, I read so much about it over the weekend that one of Trump's guys, he had no knowledge of it. He didn't do anything wrong. Donald didn't do anything wrong. He fired this guy immediately because he's using inside information to be able to do that, right? Well, is there inside information on the Giants winning more than 7.5 games? You're going to get both sides of it. I mean, I just don't think that that's going to be the bigger issue. It's when you're going to really get into futures and the prediction market. I think outside of sports, I think there's going to be a much harder time, to be able to really try to figure out how do you govern that. But it has to be governed. And I want to say something about why I'm doing this. Pass the Wire was started by a guy by the name of John Stinton, the best handicapper in the world, in my opinion, on thoroughbred horse racing. And he wanted to expand the platform. So I'm working with him to do that. And we may have a big announcement in a week or so that we'll come back on your show and announce. But the fact of the matter is that when you look at what we're doing, all we're trying to do is provide information, no different than a Goldman Sachs, guy who's following all these stocks, just trying to give you information. Maybe you should buy this one, maybe you should buy that one. All past the wire is nothing more than just trying to give people information that they necessarily would not have, and to try to make good judgments about what they're doing in the gambling world. I think that makes complete sense, John. And I know you have a show that's doing the same thing.
Yeah, I mean, we give analysis, we give predictions, we give picks. We tell everybody at the beginning it's for entertainment purposes only, and bet responsibly, bet only what you can afford to lose. Like, if you don't feel like playing golf this week and paying the green fees, and you feel like betting a football game, it's fine. If you're betting your mortgage, now you're in trouble. That's just going to lead to no good for you and your family. So if you look at it as entertainment, you're good to go. But that's the thing. We provide information. And the thing is, gambling on sports in this country is not going away. They let the genie out of the bottle when they unrestricted it out of Vegas. They let the genie out of the bottle. Now you can do it on your phone. I mean, I can bet the baseball game right now on my phone. I can bet, over, under, run line, whatever, at 9 a.m. when I have a 5-minute break. It's changed everything.
Right.
So it's not going away, especially when football comes. You're betting, you're betting the spread, you're betting the money line, you're betting whatever. I mean, my bet is, I think, Arizona under 3.5 wins. I don't think
4.5.
Under 4.5 wins. That's my best bet of the season.
They'd have to play 25 games to win 5 games.
I don't think they're going to win five games, but look, they could start 6-0 and then.
Well, if they're 6-0, then you know what? That's what it is. Right.
That's right.
Let me close with this. The biggest tax on poor people is the lottery. Let's start right there. And that's been in place for a long time. Right? Each state has one. There's a national one. That's the biggest tax on poor people. Nobody is trying to get people addicted to gambling at all. That would never be my stance. I know it's not yours. The fact of the matter is, though, there are markets now where you're really doing a good job of predicting what's going to happen. And all Past the Wire is going to do is get involved with giving people information that can help them make that decision. That's legal. I would never do anything that's not. I know you wouldn't either. So that's really the business. But Warren Buffett's a great guy, but he doesn't get this part of it.
We want to give people information that want to bet on athletics, on football, baseball, basketball, hockey, whatever. We want to give them information that can put them in a position to make an informed wager. Win or lose, we want to give them information so that they feel more comfortable in making a good betting decision. There's nothing wrong with that. In fact, we should be doing that. But the fact of the matter is, Frank, this business is not going away. It's growing by 15% a year. You're not going to stop it. Kids are, you got to be over 21. It's on every app, on every phone. It's not going away. Warren Buffett can say what he wants. It's here to stay. Now, it's how do we regulate it so that it's relatively clean. That's what we have to do.
Yeah. And I would agree with that, John. That's well said. That's exactly why I got involved, was to just provide information. And I'm not allergic to money. I mean, this is a growing business. If we can build a network in doing this, and if we could do something even with your guys, bottom line is that there's a lot of money here. And so, I don't want to take advantage of anybody. I don't want to addict anybody. I don't want to do any of that. What I want to do is provide information, just as you mentioned. And then really, from an overall governance standpoint, I think that we're also in the news business a little bit now on the sports news at Past the Wire. And I think there's a huge opportunity there, because a lot of sports shows that I watch, I don't even know what the hell they're talking about.
Oh, they're horrible. I tell you, it's a market where if you have solid information and you can articulate it properly, and look, we want our players that ComeOnGodzillaWins.com, we want them to win. We don't want you to lose. We want to give you information to help you make informed decisions for your entertainment dollar. That's it. It's no different. Look, it's no different than before you go to a movie, you go to, Rotten Tomatoes, or you go to the movie critics. I'm going to spend, $35 to take into a movie, however much it is now with whatever we eat. I want to be sure it's a good movie. So I go to the critics to hear what they have to say, and then I'll make the decision based on reading 5 of them, whether it's worth my $35. There's no difference than the business that we're in, right? We want to give people informed information, make the game more enjoyable. And that's why that's why the futures market is growing. That's why online gaming is growing. That's why the draft things growing. It's all growing because people want information and they want to have entertainment, and that's what this whole thing is about. Frank, also, if you didn't know, Frank was a former president and operated the Dallas Mavericks, so he knows a little bit about professional sports back in the day. Frank, thanks for being with us. More information, go to PassTheWire.com. That's PassTheWire.com. Check that out. Frank, thank you for being
John, thanks for having me on. I'll talk to you soon.
Pennsylvania Posse, next. Keep it right here.
They're not. That settlement seemed like a quick fix, but I found out it would destroy my credit, create tax headaches, and hit me with huge fees. They actually told me to stop paying my bills. No way, not me. Then I turned to a debt management plan developed by the team at Trinity. They worked with my creditors, lowered my payments, reduced my interest, saved me thousands, and paid off my debt. And Trinity is a Christian company, which is important to me.
If credit card debt has you down, call Trinity at 1-800-990-6976.
My name is Heather. Please forget debt settlement and remember Trinity Debt Management.
1-800-990-6976.
More now on the long, drawn-out, and deadly war in Ukraine.
On Sunday, Russia attacked Kyiv and other Ukrainian cities with ballistic missiles, drones, and guided bombs, killing at least 6 people and wounding dozens of others.
Kyiv.
Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky says Kyiv and the region were a key target for the Russians, and he says they had been preparing this attack for several days, accumulating missiles. President Donald Trump says he's prepared to grant Ukraine licenses to produce Patriot air defense systems, the most effective means of intercepting Russian ballistic missiles, but full production could take years. I'm Donna Warder.
Congo's fast-spreading Ebola outbreak continues claiming lives. 930 people have succumbed so far out of the 2,344 cases confirmed to date. The outbreak is less common than others that cause Ebola. There's no approved vaccine or treatment. News and analysis, townhall.com. Presenting the World Cup trophy to Spain, President Trump saying that Spain, not the only World Cup winner.
The real victor of the world's premier soccer tournament is the U.S. From the start, this year's World Cup faced challenges and backlash, including over its migration policies and high ticket prices. Mr. Trump stirred controversy by intervening in a referee decision on a red card. However, despite tensions with co-hosts Canada and Mexico, the World Cup event largely considered successful.
Correspondent Andrew Stewart says Spain won the World Cup after defeating Argentina 1-0 in yesterday's final at MetLife Stadium in New Jersey. Gas prices have jumped to an average $4 per gallon again as the U.S. and Iran launch more attacks. According to AAA, the national average for a gallon of regular was $3.14 a year ago. Drivers in some states have been paying well over $4 a gallon for a while now. More on these stories, townhall.com.
Van Hillary has fought for America before, and he's ready to do it again. As an Air Force navigator in Desert Storm, Van's mission was simple: chart the course, stay on mission. When he came home to Tennessee, he won an election nobody thought a Republican could win. Then he did it again and again. For almost a decade, America First conservative Van Hillary has fought the radical left, stood with President Trump, and never folded, securing our border, cutting taxes, and bringing jobs to Tennessee.
Radical Democrats are trying to hijack our country. President Trump needs a conservative fighter who knows how to win. I'll keep fighting to help President Trump finish what he started, keeping our border secure, growing our economy, and destroying the woke agenda. I'm Van Hillary, and I approve this message because I'm standing with President Trump to get America back on mission.
America First conservative Van Hillary. He's never folded, and he never will. Paid for by Van for Tennessee.
MyPillow's second annual mega sale is finally here.
Get our patented premium My Pillows that adjust your exact individual needs to give you the best sleep of your life.
When I got My Pillow, I'm asleep almost immediately. I stay asleep at night and I wake up more well-rested in the morning.
I guarantee they're going to be the most comfortable pillows you'll ever own. King size only $24.98, queen size only $19.98. Giza Dream bed sheets, the best sheets in history, as low as $29.98. Lux Pierce 6-piece towel sets, towels that actually dry you. What a concept. Now only $39.98. And our made in the USA mattresses and mattress toppers as low as $99.98. So go to mypillow.com or call the number on your screen. Use your promo code to take advantage of our second annual mega sale. Plus free shipping options available when you order today. So don't delay, order now.
Washington is wasting $500 million every year on a federal supervision system that doesn't work. Probation officers are overwhelmed. Resources are going to people who pose zero threat, while actual dangerous individuals slip through the cracks. The Safer Supervision Act stops the waste and refocuses every dollar on protecting families from harm. President Trump's own pollster found about 80% of Trump voters want this fixed. It's time for Congress to get this done. Stop the waste. Protect our communities. Visit safersupervision.com. Paid for by the Reform Action Fund.
The Cats and Cosby Show.
It's the top news of the day.
People are out there saying, oh, the Iranians are never going to live by it. But let me tell you something. President Trump is going to bomb them again if they screw around.
Hopefully they live up to it. And if not, the pounding's coming. We're going to do it again and again and again.
The Cats and Cosby Show, weekdays 5 Eastern, 4 Central on the stations of the John Fredericks Media Network.
Trump is the toughest president we ever had.
Well, he's definitely the best bomber.
Folks, this is Crime Carmichael, CEO of Solti. I have recently turned 77 years old. I do not take prescription drugs. I have not had to take prescription drugs, and I attribute a lot of my good health to a product that I've been taking, which is the active ingredient in Solti. It's a 22% concentration of theaflavin. We did clinical trials on it 25 years ago and found that it helped lower cholesterol. We have had many, many hundreds of letters and emails from customers telling us how it has helped them not only manage their cholesterol, but lower their triglycerides and help them on their blood pressure. And I can't tell you how much I attribute to Solti for my good health at age 77. And I encourage you to go to GodzillaHeart.com. That's GodzillaHeart.com. And use the code Godzilla at checkout, and you'll get a 50% off on your initial shipment of Solti. And I promise you it will be a great help for your heart health. Thanks so much.
Ponder this. All of God's children, you and I, have been created in God's own image. It's hard to fathom, isn't it? One thing we do know about God is that He's perfectly free. So He created us perfectly free to follow Him and free to deny Him. We have the choice. Our choice, however, has eternal consequences. It is the biggest decision in your life. I'm sure that most of you, if not all of you, want the final elevator ride to go up, not down. How we live on this earth determines our eternal destination, up or down, heaven or hell, and yes, hell is real. God has rules for us to follow in order to be admitted into His heavenly home. Just like the rules you may have for people to enter your home, maybe you do not allow smoking or profane language, God too has rules. There are 10 of them. We are called to obey His rules, not to change them, adapt them, or ignore them. The 10 Commandments guide our entry into eternal life. We must obey His rules in order to enter His heavenly home. I'm Susie Kelly, and I am passionately Catholic.
And they're off. This summer, the Thunder returns to Colonial Downs Racetrack. Live thoroughbred racing June 25th through September 7th. Feel the excitement. Hear the roar of the crowd. Experience Virginia's premier horse racing destination every Thursday through Sunday all summer long. Bring the whole family for Family Fun Sundays, packed with activities for all ages. Parking? Free. General admission? Free. Memories? Priceless. Make Colonial Downs Racetrack your new summer fun time tradition. Get tickets and race day info now at colonialdowns.com.
Live from the studios of the John Fredericks Media Network, it's the John Fredericks Show. Grab yourself a cup of 1775 coffee, sit back, and get ready for the best 4 hours of talk in the universe. To be part of the show, just call our toll-free number, 888-480-5646. And now, here's the Godzilla of Truth, the Oracle of the Deplorables, the man who trucks the truth from coast to coast, John Fredericks.
Well, if it's Monday at 10 minutes after 9 Eastern Time, that means we got Pennsylvania Posse coming up. I'm looking forward to it. We got Stephanie Borowitz coming up. We got Mike Barley. We got Scott Barger. We got the team, the gang's all here. Still waiting for Jared Coleman. He'll be in a couple of minutes. But it's great to have you with us today. I am your Godzilla of the truth in America, your oracle of the deplorables. And you're probably saying, you know, John, I know you lost that 40 pounds. You went from 285 to 242, but how do you get to the next level? I plateaued. So look, it's not like I can get up. I get up at 3:45 a.m. every day. It's not like I can go jogging in the morning. And when I get home at 5 or 6 o'clock, I'm traveling. There's no way, right? Try to do a little bit walking, do my, 75 push-ups a day. Didn't do them today because I'm a little under the weather. But try to do that. But you got to lose weight. So you know what? I plateaued. So here's what I've done. I am going on a new weight loss journey. I got to lose another 25 pounds. I want to look just like Mike Barley. That's my goal. If I can be like Mike Barley, I'm good to go. Now, everybody's talking about injections. I'm not doing it. I'm not railing against it. You guys do what you want. I don't believe in injections. I don't believe in spiking your blood sugar up and down. So I've been looking for something that is more sustainable and enduring. Because the problem with these GLP shots is what happens when you go off it. Like you can't be on them forever. It's not healthy. You go off it, then what happens? So I want enduring like I did when I lost my first 40 pounds. It stayed off, because I changed my habits, right? And you do things differently. You eat better, right? All the good things you have to do. And so I'm now taking on a journey with lean, and I love lean. It's from Brick House. Here it is. I take 3 of these a day with a tall glass of water. That's it. Now, here's what lean does. It helps support healthy blood sugar. It helps burn your body fat by converting it into energy. Looks like I would have a lot of energy. Also, helps curb appetite and cravings, so you're not as hungry and you're not, going for that bag of chips or crackers or whatever. Now, lean was created for frustrated dieters like me who have another 10 to 20 pounds to lose, which is where I'm at right now. And now I'm going to get you started with this. I just started it Saturday, so you're going to be going through this journey with me. But check this out. Get started with 20% off and free rush shipping. You can add lean to your healthy diet and exercise plan. All you got to do is go to takelean.com. Dan, you might check this out, Dan. Takelean.com, enter promo code Godzilla, get 20% off. Just go to takelean.com, promo code Godzilla, get 20% off. Take 3 of these a day, and you're going to be following me. I'm going to get down to 220. I'll be fighting weight, and then I'm going to look just like Mike Barley, and Ann's going to be like, whoa, dude, you're one hot ticket, right? No doubt about it. Got to get that next 20, 25 pounds off. Go to takelean.com, enter Godzilla as your promo code, get 20% off. Speaking of aim higher. Speaking of the Pennsylvania Posse, I got to put these guys on lean too, except Mike Barley. He doesn't need to lose any more weight. He's in perfect shape. Mike Barley is with us, longtime GOP activist, and one of my good friends in Pennsylvania. Got all the inside information there. Looking good. He's growing a little beard just for our show. He wants to be like Scott Barger, who's got a real beard going. And Scott, thanks for being with us. Mike, I don't know what that thing that Mike has, like, what's that, like half a beard? If you had to do a beard, do like what Scott Barger does. That's like a beard. I don't know what the hell he's got. Barley's got. What the hell is that?
It's called summer. I'm trying to get to where Scott is, though. One day I'll get there.
We all want to be like Scott, right? Anyway, it's good to have you with us. Scott Barger with us, Pennsylvania House of Representatives, District 80. Thanks, Scott, for being with us.
Sure thing.
Look, we got so much to talk about in Pennsylvania. You got a budget that doesn't make any sense. You got Shapiro running around for president. But then you got our gubernatorial candidate, Stacey Garrity, that has not gained in the polls. And now we got an enthusiasm gap between Republicans and Democrats. And gas prices still not where they should be. But I want to talk about this Freedom Gas in a minute. But guys, Scott, just go right to this budget. I mean, we talked about it a little bit last week. It looks like a scam to a lot of people, like a bait and switch, because it's not a real budget. It's like shifting money around, like 3-card Monte.
Yeah, that's basically it. We in the state of Pennsylvania, in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, rather, thank God we don't have the ability to just print money out of thin air like the federal government does. We have to balance our budget. But the way we balanced the budget this year is we essentially just decided that we weren't going to pay all of our bills, and we're just going to pay them next year. And that looks like a good spend number. It looks like a number that's within reach and responsible. But come next year, what do you do? Right. And that's kind of the substance of it. It's living within your means by going into debt is essentially what we've done this year. We still have a structural deficit that, meaning the amount of money that we're bringing in is much less than the amount of money that we intend to spend. So that's bad. I will say there was one silver lining, and that is there was a group of us in the House of Representatives that applied what I thought would be a small bit of pressure, and maybe it was a little bit more than that, to keep the governor's hands off the rainy day fund. And so that rainy day fund has been preserved for one more year, but our intent is to force the legislature to actually reevaluate our spending and cut spending. I personally do not believe that we'll ever get to an efficient government, but we'll get a more efficient government if we curb their spending. So that was the intention of protecting the rainy day fund. Don't let government spend the people's rainy day fund just to operate government for one more year. We succeeded in that part. So it wasn't a total loss, but the rest of it was too much for me to vote for. So I was a no vote once again this year for the fiscal year 2026, 2027.
So Mike Barlow, let me ask you this. If they have this legislation not to touch a rainy day fund, and they're spending more money than is coming in, then how do they get a balanced budget? Like, how do they spend the money without the rainy day fund? Where does it come from, Mike Barley?
Well, look, there's only two places it can come from. It's going to either come from increasing taxes, or it's going to come from cutting the government spending that's been out of control for some time in Pennsylvania. And I think where we favor is there is a ton of waste and glut in state government. There's been, there's a lot of reporting this week just how much waste is just in the way the caucuses run. They all have their own individual services and internet providers, and there's just a lot of duplication, a lot of waste in government. And that's just a small microcosm of the things we've even gotten to the departments that are completely mismanaged in many cases and sitting on a glut of folks that probably don't even come to work each day. And we have no idea how much they're even producing in work product, period. We need Doge in Pennsylvania on steroids, and it's been a long time coming. But look, there's only two ways to balance your budget, and they're running out of accounting tricks to continue kicking the can down the road like they have, and as the representative has stated. So you're going to have to do a broad-based tax increase, which I think there's many, unfortunately, in Pennsylvania's legislature would like to see that happen, or you're going to have to cut programs or cut some of the wasteful spending. Look, the way we do our budget in Pennsylvania, it's been done this way for some time. They take last year's budget, Xerox it, throw it on the table, and they start adding. That's not a good way to do anything. You're not evaluating. You're not doing any real critical evaluation of how these programs work. Are they working? Do they produce what the intended result was? What are the metrics that we're testing this against? There's none of that. It's just Xerox, copy, add. And that's not a good way to run a railroad. And unfortunately, in Pennsylvania, we've been doing that for a very long time. And we need more folks like the representative and the senator who is not on today, but those folks in there fighting to make sure that we can get our government spending under control. Going along to get along like we've done for a long time in Harrisburg is leading us to fiscal ruin.
So let me ask you, Scott, the state of the House of Representatives, we need a couple seats to gain control. This is going to be a tough year for Republicans. That's what everybody is saying. Give us the lay of the land politically in the House, in these House races. Is there a pathway to a majority and a Republican speaker?
Oh, absolutely there is. It would have been easier, I think. I want to say this as diplomatically as I can. I think Republicans are often our own worst enemy. And what I have experienced as a newcomer to politics, remember, John, I've only been an elected for about a year and a half now, a little over. And so I still have that outsider perspective, even though I'm within the machine now. And I think there's a lot of people that are frustrated that Republicans don't do what they say they're going to do. And we may have lots of reasons for why we don't. Maybe we blame that the Democrats are in charge, but we still vote like something less than a Republican more often than what I think we should. I also think that if we figured out a way to talk clearly to people about why we think our ideas are best from Pennsylvania, that connects. Listen, we've been given, John, what I think we've got a really good balance. You know how you're a sports guy. You know, sometimes skill isn't enough. You need a lucky bounce, right? We got that. We got that with this data center issue, because the only cure, shouldn't say it that way, but the biggest problem with data centers is solved by more power generation, right? And this has been a core Republican message since I've been in the House of Representatives, probably longer, that we need to do better by way of Pennsylvanians by producing more power. All of our neighbors around us are takers. They're total bums on the electric grid, except for West Virginia. Everybody else takes more power than what they provide. Pennsylvania and West Virginia are the only states in the 13-state PJM grid that produce more than they use. Our message since I've been in the House is, hey, we need more power generation, guys. We got natural gas under our feet that God put there that we should be using. Let's get at it. Suddenly, the opinion on data centers has changed, right? If you remember, it wasn't much more than a year ago, Governor Shapiro was doing a victory lap because he had brought all this data center investment to Pennsylvania. This was the greatest thing since sliced bread, and boy, what it's going to do to look at all the revenue and look at all of the investment in our Commonwealth, and this was a good thing. And then people decided that they hate data centers, right? And they don't like what it's doing to their electric bill, and they don't like what it's doing to their communities. The Republican platform has solutions for those concerns. We want more power generation, and we want local control in how our communities are developed. These are Republican ideas. If we can talk about them on this issue, listen, it's polling very high. It's a very hot topic, I think. And I think it's going to be the discussion point going into November is, what are you going to do about these data centers that people perceive as ruining their neighborhoods and driving up their electric bills? I think Republicans have an answer to that question. We just need to talk about it.
What a novel idea, Mike Barley. Scott Barger wants the Republicans to actually go to market with a message. Wow, how'd you ever come up with that idea? It's novel.
Yeah, I mean, look, everything the representative said there is 100% correct. We've had natural gas. The biggest problem we've had is it's trapped. If we can get the distribution lines and some of these things to feed these data centers, and they're put in the appropriate places with the appropriate community input, look, there's plenty of place to go here. This could be a real boon for Pennsylvania. As the representative said, a lot of these other states around us are takers. We produce more energy than we consume, and that's a good thing. We should be producing a lot more energy. We have it. Everything we've done that's been done in Harrisburg, and this is mostly on the Democratic side, has been to stifle that production. We should be using the energy that's underneath our feet to power these data centers, and really use that as an opportunity to feed more of these pipelines and get more of this gas moving around the Commonwealth and out of the Commonwealth.
What did you think?
I'm sorry, John, walked right on you. Just what Mike was saying had me think of, Virginia, for example, down your way. Virginia, did you know, maybe your listeners know this, your listeners in Virginia know this, Virginia has more hyperscale data centers than any state in the country. In fact, if Virginia were to become its own country, it would have more hyperscale data centers than any country in the world. They are pulling power right out of the same pool that we are all pulling from in the grid. They are making our electric bills go up. They're absolutely doing it. We can't make them turn off their data centers. So the only way to get our bills down everyone's talking about affordability. Well, listen, if you want electricity to be more affordable, we have to build more generation. Jersey is not going to do it. They're going green, right? Virginia is going green. They want to put solar panels and windmills everywhere that one can fit. But let me tell you something, there is not enough space on God's green earth to put enough solar panels to power these data centers. There isn't. We need real power generation, and that can come in Pennsylvania.
What did you think, Scott Barger, of Kathy Hochul's moratorium on data centers for a year in New York State, period?
It makes sense. It makes sense to me. It's not the way I think that's maybe a little bit too long, 6 months, treasury guarantees. Theirs is a year. This comes from like, we need time. We need time to figure out what is it that we're doing here, right? Because this is a complicated issue. It's not, it is, these data centers come with a lot of problems, but also a lot of benefit, as Mike hinted at earlier. So these township supervisors, which I love the township supervisors serving in my district. These guys are good guys. They don't get paid anything, if anything, very little, to do a job that's thankless, and everyone's angry with them all the time. But they're often retired guys with a full-time job elsewhere, and they come in and they have their monthly meeting, and suddenly this multi-billion-dollar company comes in with a trainload of money and says, hey, how about you let us build a data center in your backyard? And it's very tempting. It's very tempting because what they're offering in return changes the landscape, not just physically, but the financial landscape of that township forever. And so it's a complicated issue. We do need time. We need time. Years may be too long, but whatever. I think pause for a second to make sure we're doing it the right way is appropriate. I would say 6 months would be enough. Get your ordinances in line and then let each community decide if they want one or not. But listen, we got to make them build their own power if they're coming to Pennsylvania. That's the only solution. That the speculation in the capacity market, John, because these guys are thinking about moving in, that they're not even building yet. They're just thinking about building, is driving the cost of electricity in the future up and up and up. And they're not even operating yet, right? That's what we're up against. If we put pause, couple of months, let these townships figure out what their ordinances are going to be, and then make them bring their own infrastructure and their own power generation, I think the market stabilizes, and it's a good thing for Pennsylvanians.
Let's bring in Stephanie Borowitz with us. Stephanie, by phone, couldn't get a video on. She represents House District 78, Pennsylvania, kind of a rural area. Stephanie, you've got something to say about Josh Shapiro's budget and the bait and switch aspects of it. You want to weigh in, Stephanie, in that, and then also about the data centers.
Yeah, I'll start with the data centers. So I have one right outside of my district in Union County. And the farmers, sadly, are having to fight with the Farm Bureau because they're putting lines through their farms through eminent domain without even approval from them. And I know that's law already, but it's the amount of acreage they're going to take from the farmers is so sad. In the Farm Bureau, I'm grateful they're finally coming in, and they actually had a meeting with the Ag Preservation Board, John. And it's so funny, well, it's not funny, but ironic that the same board that's supposed to preserve their land now won't get involved to help them with this data center nonsense of taking eminent domain of acreage of their farms. And it's going to run through one guy's whole farm. So if you go to Farm Bureau, the Pennsylvania Farm Bureau, you can listen to some of their videos of outrage and what's going on. And this is right outside of my district and what's going on with these data centers. So it just breaks my heart that these farmers have no say now. It's their property, right? I mean, that's what even the founders in the Declaration wanted: life, liberty, and property. And so you can't self-govern without property. And then eminent domain that just comes in that says the government can just seize your land. And then we have a preservation board that's not really preserving. All they want to do is just tell them where they can build on their own property when you do preserve it, which we all were for that because we want farm preserved. So, I mean, I guess that's just government at its finest, dictating what they can do on their land, but yet at the same time won't come in and help them when they're going to lose acreage on their land. And so that's where I'm at. I just don't like it. The people don't like it. And I told Republicans months ago, I said, you guys got to read the room and understand how people feel about this as well as I do, of what this would be like in our areas and our neighborhoods. And Scott's right, the poor township supervisors, it's overwhelming. I mean, it's overwhelming at the state level, much less for, township supervisors coming in with these projects and trying to push back on them and set moratoriums. We did vote on a bill to, I don't know if that passed through within the budget too, but it gave a moratorium at the local level. And so, yeah, in the budget, I mean, once again,
Stephanie, hold that thought. Stephanie, hold that thought on the budget. I got to go to a quick break because otherwise you'll get cut off in Pennsylvania, and that's where all our listeners are for this program. So I got to go to a quick break, and I'll be right back.
Ponder this. Have you ever been so hungry that not only is your stomach growling, but you become lightheaded and shaky? Your blood sugar has hit an all-time low. It seems that when this occurs, no amount of food can satisfy this type of hunger. When hunger reaches this level, your normally nice personality may become agitated, impatient, or even angry. You need food and you need it fast. Did you know that our souls need daily nourishment as well? A hungry soul might be inclined to give into temptations and commit sin without a care about its eternal destiny. When we let our souls grow hungry, we must feed them with prayers, recollection, and sacred scripture. Catholics in the state of grace have the additional benefit of access to feeding our souls with a heavenly food. Only in the Catholic Church is Jesus truly present in every worthy reception of Holy Communion. He is the bread of life. His words, "Come and see." I'm Susie Kelly and I am passionately Catholic.
In 2008, the amount of concentrated time people could spend on a task without becoming distracted was 12 seconds. 5 years later, it was only 8 seconds, 1 second less than a goldfish. If you're often distracted or have trouble recalling information, you're likely to fall behind in the demanding, fast-paced 21st century. In other words, brain performance is more critical now than ever. Boost your brain power with Healthy Cells Focus Plus Recall. Science-backed nootropics to help you sharpen focus, concentrate longer, enhance recall, improve mental speed, learn rapidly, and be more alert. It's a pill-free brain supplement made with maximum absorption ingestible gel technology, designed to feed your brain at the cellular level. Take it for a test drive. Go to healthycell.com and use code GODZILLA for 20% off your first order of Focus Plus Recall. That's healthycell.com, code GODZILLA for 20% off.
Hey folks, Al Green here for SatPhone. When you're on the go, you want to know you're connected. If it's a family vacation or an off-the-grid escape to a remote destination, having reliable communication helps you feel safe and secure. You can't afford to find yourself in a dead zone. That's why you need SatPhone. SatPhones are reliable, durable, and give you global coverage. If you can get outside, you can get in touch. It's that simple. Make calls from your SatPhone to any regular cell phone in the United States. The phones are a $1,500 value, but you can get yours free. Just sign up for a 15-month plan, $94.95 a month. Get 150 minutes monthly that roll to the next month. Go 3 months without using them, that's fine. Yes, 3 months, 450 minutes, all yours. Visit SAT123.com or call 855-980-5830. SAT123.com, 855-980-5830. Get surety and security with your sat phone. Call now.
The Trump administration has brought positive changes when it comes to fixing our broken healthcare system. If we really want to make America healthy again, well, that starts at home. And that's where the Wellness Company comes in. You see and hear from the Wellness Company doctors all the time, and you know their products are the gold standard for keeping you and your family safe and healthy, giving you the opportunity to make sure you're prepared for whatever happens with their prescription medical kits. Additionally, the Wellness Company offers a variety of products, from parasite cleanses to methylene blue to weight loss and so much more. Make America healthy again starts at home. Do your part and protect the health of you and your family. Live a healthier, longer, and more satisfying life. Go to twc.health/Godzilla and order. That's twc.health/Godzilla. Use promo code Godzilla to save 10% today.
Everybody's talking about weight loss injections because the results are so dramatic. They work by lowering blood sugar and reducing appetite. So, what if you're looking to lose weight but not interested in painful weekly injections, especially when you hear about some of those intense side effects? That's why doctors created a weight loss supplement called Lean, and the results are remarkable. The ingredients studied in Lean have been shown to lower your blood sugar, burn fat by converting it into energy, and curb your appetite and cravings, so you're not as hungry. But listen, Lean is not for the casual dieter with only a few pounds to lose. The doctors at Brickhouse Nutrition created Lean for frustrated dieters with 10 or more pounds to lose. Get started with 20% off and free rush shipping so you can add Lean to your healthy diet and exercise plan. Go to takelean.com and enter the code Godzilla for your discount. That's discount code Godzilla at takelean.com.
This is Crom Carmichael, CEO of Solti. We got a wonderful email from one of our customers up east named Joe, and here's what he had to say. I started taking Solti almost out of desperation with little hope because I was resigned to the futility that although I was up to taking 2 statins a day, high cholesterol was something I just had to learn to live with. In fact, when I turned 60, after taking a stress cardio test, my doctor called me on a Saturday, which of course is never a good sign, and told me that I was clogged more than 95% of the people my age. I had an angioplasty and a stent procedure done at that time. Today, my stubborn triglycerides are only 1/3 of what they had been before starting taking Solti. My prescription statin dosage has shrunk from 60 milligrams to only 10 milligrams a day. My primary care doctor that I have had for many years still can't believe the results, and neither can I. Thank you, Solti, for providing such a wonderful product. And folks, I want to invite you to take care of your heart also by going to GodzillaHeart.com. That's GodzillaHeart.com. Use the code Godzilla at checkout, and you'll get a 50% discount on your initial shipment. Thanks so much.
You play to win the game. Hello? You play to win the game. You don't play to just play it. That's the great thing about sports. You play to win. And I don't care if you don't have any wins. You go play to win. When you start telling me it doesn't matter, then retire. Get out. Because it matters.
Don't touch that dial. You've found your home of the truth.
Do you solemnly swear to tell the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
With the best analysis in America.
You can't handle the truth.
And now back to the John Fredericks Show.
All right, you got him back with Pennsylvania Posse. That break was a little bit longer than we had programmed. Sorry about that. Don't know what happened. We'll get that fixed ASAP. But good to have the Pennsylvania Posse back with us. Stephanie Borowitz. Stephanie, House of Delegates member, District 78, just out of Uniontown in Pennsylvania. Also with us, Scott Borger, District, Scott, I'm going by memory, what, 90?
80.
80.
Yeah, you're close.
10 off, District 80. And also with us, Mike Barley, longtime GOP activist within Pennsylvania, knows what's going on, part of the whole team there, part of the GOP team on the ground. Stephanie, you were just about to blast Shapiro's budget. I talked about it earlier. Give us your thoughts.
I'm 76 district too. It's easy to remember because 1776. So it's like the best number ever.
That's right.
So listen, I get that the state Senate has to somehow, as a Republican led, they somehow have to have a budget. And we did need this budget on time, which we were a little bit over, but we couldn't have this go into October. They knew that. So I get the state Senate has to work with hard circumstances. And so they did. I do want to give them credit because they did bring this down from what I think Shapiro was proposing, $53 billion, and it's a $50 billion budget. But for me, just personally, I walked into this when I ran for office, as a stay-at-home mom, and how we budget in our house. And that's what I bring everything. That's how I bring everything back, just to common sense. Imagine that. And so less government spending, less taxes, and less regulations. And so I always go over that on budget season and in budget season. And I say, are we spending less as a government, or are we spending more? Are we spending more than we're taking in? Like, could you do that in your household? No. And so all of these things just didn't add up to me. Plus, John, we're deferring payments on Medicaid. And so we're not even paying our bills to make it look like this budget is, quote, balanced. And so it's so infuriating to go and hear Shapiro out there, oh, I have a balanced budget and look what we're doing. And I don't know, politics is such a sham. Because it really is just people out there, saying whatever they want. There's so much in a budget that you could go out and promote whatever you want to make it look good. And that's what I can't stand. And so I have to go back, John, to my principles of how a fiscal conservative would govern. And I go back to those things, and this budget was not it for me. And so I voted no. Scott can elaborate also on this, but I mean, he sits beside me on the floor. So we just go back and forth of how infuriating some of this is. And it wouldn't stand in our household. How can it stand in a government? We should have a surplus. We should be governing like some of these free states and red states in the United States instead of how we govern here. But we think government's the solution for everything. So not me. I'm talking about Shapiro. So.
Panel, why does the Republican in the Senate play footsie with Shapiro on all this stuff? What is their objective?
Is that to me, John?
Anybody?
Yeah, look, I think I do recognize their need to get to some sort of an agreement, right? They're one leg of a three-legged stool. If you look at the Senate, the House, and the administration. However, the one thing that I get critical of is I hear a lot of times they're on defense. I do think they have a majority. They can be on offense occasionally. They can push that the administration, they can push the House, they could take positions to push them in directions to attempt to get a better deal later. I think honestly, Republicans in far too often are playing defense. We need to go on offense. That's what the president has shown us. I think every time, I think that's been the biggest shift. If you look at what has happened in coming into Washington, is he's gone on offense. And guess what? We've won. When we go on offense, we win. Do we win all of it? Maybe not, but we win a lot. And that's the big difference. And look, I recognize the position the state Senate's in. I'm not trying to diminish that. They did get some wins in here, making sure that the rainy day fund is protected. However, there's the ability to go on offense and fight for some conservative wins that would have helped. But look, I'm on the outside. I get to do this. I'm not in the room.
Yeah, I try to understand or help my voters understand that within the Republican Party in Harrisburg, there's people like, your Stephanie Borowitz and your Scott Bargers who will say, like, look, we're hardline on certain issues and we're not budging. If the whole place is burning down, we're not budging on that issue, right? And then there are other Republicans who are good conservative members of the General Assembly who say, hey, look, this is the best we're going to get. This is the best we're going to get, and I'm going to vote for it. And I understand that. I do. I just think that it comes back to a conversation we had on this panel not too long ago, a couple of weeks ago, about, what are the core Republican issues? What are the main planks in our platform? Because we better have that figured out once we enter into the post-Trump era. Because right now, Trump dictates the entire conversation at every level of government. There's a group that hate him, there's a group that defend him. And when he's gone, what do those groups believe in? Well, what do Republicans believe in? I would like to see the Republicans be the party of fiscal restraint, fiscal responsibility. We're not going to spend more than we bring in. I think that is, at least in word, been a core Republican idea for a long time. We should live like it's a core Republican idea and not budge on that issue. We're a Second Amendment party. We shouldn't budge. I wonder how many of my colleagues would have voted for this budget if it trespassed against the Second Amendment. Would you stand against it? Would you vote for it because it's the best we can do? I think what we're seeing is that for too many Republicans and for too many voters, they complain about fiscal irresponsibility, but they don't act like it's really that important, because when push comes to shove, they're going to spend more than our revenue will allow. So that tells me that it's really not a core issue for them.
I think that's a good argument. And my position here in Pennsylvania is, I don't know. We talked about this earlier. I don't know what the message is. I just don't know. It's we're not for Shapiro. Okay, well, why? Well, the budget. Well, people don't vote on that. I mean, like you said, it goes right over them. He's saying it's a balanced budget, so okay, world is good. But I like your message on data centers. I think Scott, you nailed this. I mean, if data centers becomes the core of your message, like we will not allow them here if they don't pay for themselves. I mean, look, I'm not a Kathy Hochul fan. I think she's basically a hostage of Mayor Mandami. I mean, she's a hostage, basically. But at least she said, "Look, I'm done with this. Like they're sucking our energy grid. I get the pressure the township managers and the supervisors of the counties are under. They want the revenue, and their eyes get big, and I get that. So I'm going to take it off their plate and just you ain't coming here. Now, of course, I'll have West Virginia on tomorrow, and they're listening to the show now, and they're like, "Hey, I'm West Virginia. I'm Mike Oliverio, Senator. Call me. I'll get him here. Just go over the border." So we got both sides of this, but I think that's a winning issue. Let's get to a phone call we got for you. Vic in Florida wants to talk to the panel. Vic, you're live. Go ahead.
Good morning, gentlemen. Gentlemen, my wife and I drive between Northeast Florida and the great state of Maine about 6 or 7 times a year. We always drive. And I'll tell you one place we never buy gasoline, and that's in the state of Pennsylvania. The state of Pennsylvania, which has, I don't want to be sacrilegious here, but you guys got more natural gas and oil than God. The first oil well in the United States was drilled in Pennsylvania. And I believe, although I might not be correct on this, fracking was invented in Pennsylvania. You also have trillions of cubic feet of shale gas. Now, why don't you force the governor to cut the gas tax in the state of Pennsylvania? You have some of the highest gasoline prices on the East Coast, and thousands of commuters and truck drivers avoid Pennsylvania because of your high gas prices, gasoline prices and diesel prices relative to other states nearby. That is my question, and I'm going to leave it right there. Thank you, John. Thank you, gentlemen. Take care. Bye.
Thanks, Vic. Go ahead, pal.
Yeah. If from your mouth to God's ears, right, when it comes to forcing the governor to do anything, I hear this a lot. This is, John, not going to be a surprise to anyone on this panel. Affordability is a top issue in Pennsylvania. People watch. It's a metric that they can watch. They drive by it every day and they watch that price go up and down. It's not the same for groceries. You have to go into the grocery store to see what they're doing. But every day you're going by your favorite gas station. Just the other day when we were traveling out of town, in one day, gas prices, I think, in my town increased 40 cents a gallon, something like that. And people see it. So it's at the top of their mind, like, what's going on? The economy. And those frustrations are real. Here's the thing. The gas tax is high because we've got a lot of roads, right? And so if we're going to maintain those roads, we have to pay for them somehow. And that's just the cold, hard truth of it. So the gas tax, I'm not saying it's fair, and I'm not saying the money's being used wisely. Probably both those things aren't true. But I will say that with that many roads, the idea behind it was, well, the people using the roads are the people buying the gas. So the people buying the gas should help pay for the maintenance of the roads. Okay, fine. It's a little bit high now. It's a lot high now. 60 cents higher than our neighbors, 50 cents higher than our neighbors. Okay, get rid of that gas tax, replace it with what? That is a conversation I'm willing to have, but I don't know that Governor Shapiro is. Remember, we have the second highest gas tax in the country, second only to California, but we also have the second highest number of miles of road in the country, second only to California, right? So we got a lot of roads that we got to maintain. So that's the reason behind it. And I'm all for, I don't think any tax should be safe. I think we should look at all of them. How can we get rid of them? How can we reduce spending, reduce taxes? That's a win for us, but we got to be careful. You get rid of that and then replace it with what? Because we stopped maintaining our roads in Pennsylvania. One tough winter, what happens, right? We got potholes everywhere. And people say, well, why aren't these guys fixing our roads? Well, that stuff takes money. So that's my thought on the issue.
How would you rate your roads now?
I was going to say, we have some of the worst.
We got the worst roads in the country. Do you realize that when I did 2 bus tours in Pennsylvania, 2 of them, 22 for Oz, for the primary and then the general, we crisscrossed the state. I spent 2 months there in that bus. 24 in the Trump campaign. I don't know. They designated me as like Mr. Bus Pennsylvania or something. So we were there from the Tuesday after Labor Day until Election Day. And we were in every town known to man in Pennsylvania. We were Amish country. We went to like Erie 3 times, up by Buffalo, this, that, crisscrossed the state, College Station or wherever Penn State is, State College, all that stuff. Both trips, when I got back, that bus was like it was trashed. I mean, we had to get new tires. Things were falling off it. They're the worst roads in the country, and you got the highest taxes. I mean,
Well,
I had to pay for massive repairs after both of those trips due to the crappy roads you guys got.
we're just on the cutting edge of trying to motivate people to move towards flying cars, John. Flying cars is the solution to all of this.
It's a disaster.
Yeah, one of the big issues.
Taxes pay for.
Yeah.
That's
One of
all
the big issue. One of the big issues that happen with the transportation fund is the pension costs for the state troopers comes out of that fund, and with the rising costs of state pensions, that's really what ended up sucking up a lot of that extra funding. So, look, I'm not a tax and spend guy by any means, but if there's a tangible result and the roads are the best roads, to your point, John, and others that you could buy, then at least you could say, hey, I'm paying for it. I don't like it, but man, look at this bridge, look at this road, look at what we're seeing. The problem was there was again, it was kind of a bait and switch where a lot of the money ended up going to pay for state pension costs.
Best roads.
And what the man on the phone call is saying is he is from Florida. Like I went down to Florida to visit my family. Their roads are fine, and their gas tax is considerably lower than ours. So what are we doing here in PA? And so lower. We're not saying to get rid of it, Scott. We're like lower the gas tax, like make it comparable to the other states that the gas tax isn't as high, and their roads are fine. And that's what we're saying. It's just because, like John, I'm with you. Like I see little memes all the time about the potholes, and then people, the potholes. Definitely in central Pennsylvania. And so it's kind of like an ongoing joke. And so here we have the highest gas tax, like California, and yet the worst roads. And so something needs to be done. We need to lower the gas tax. These are common sense principles that when you have less taxes, they even avoid getting gas in our state as they're driving through. I mean, that's ridiculous. The Commonwealth should be leading the way in all these issues.
Highest taxes, worst roads.
Yeah.
That's what doesn't make any sense. I mean, it tore up our vehicles. Okay, let's get to another caller. We got Steeler Bud in Pennsylvania wants to talk to the panel. A Steelers fan. Go ahead, Bud.
Hi, this is America 93 in Canton, Georgia. I'm shocked that your panel is so clueless about data centers and why we need them. This is so embarrassing. You guys might as well sign up to be CCP. Data centers do not pull from the grid. They create their own energy.
Wrong.
Do you
Wrong.
even know how much water your pharmaceutical companies, your industries, have you ever looked at your manufacturing numbers on how much water that they use every day? You guys are clueless on this, and I urge you to talk to Jovan Pulitzer, who the president has talked to. We need data centers for quantum AI. That's the only reason why we need these. Because if China controls that and we don't, our country is screwed. I don't know where you guys get your information, but you must be signed up to the Singham Network daily podcast, because this is hideous what I'm hearing here.
These guys do not provide their own power in Virginia, Pennsylvania, New York, Ohio, West Virginia.
Well, you're not very much educated on that, sir.
No,
I'm sorry. You're not.
Why don't you come up and then we can
really
take a tour and you can show me. Like this is the issue.
Virginia in September.
Yeah, take a look around. This is the issue that's driving electric prices up. This is what's going on. If they were bringing their own generation, it wouldn't be spiking our electric bills like it is.
All
They're
right,
the primary driver in the capacity market. They're the primary the users. Like the capacity market is what people don't understand across the grid, John, is that part of our cost of electricity is anticipating what we're going to use a year from now, right? And that rate is going up. It's gone up, I think, 30 times, 3,000% in the last 4 years, 5 years.
Right.
It's insane. And so yeah, if they were bringing their own power, which is legislation that I support, absolutely come in, build your own infrastructure. Welcome to Pennsylvania. Come on in. As long as it's done in the right place, you're not gobbling up farmland, but you got to pay for your infrastructure and your power generation. Those two, I don't know how it works down south, but in Pennsylvania, those two costs, the cost of infrastructure spread across every ratepayer on the grid. Everybody pays for that. So if they have to put $10 million in power lines out to the data center, every other ratepayer on that network pays for that. They all pay for it. So if they bring their own infrastructure and they bring their own power generation, it's not as much of a problem when it comes to electricity. That is, I think, the biggest issue. Electricity and land usage are the two biggest problems with these things. If we solve those two things, I don't think it's an issue. And the last time I checked with the Communist Party in Russia, they agree.
What about water?
Well, the water is there. You got to remember, they've been building these things for 30 years. And so the water of a data center, what it used and went through 30 years ago, is not the same as what it is now, right? But as long, we have things that use all sorts of water. I think the last caller mentioned other businesses that use tons of water. A meat packing plant will use 500,000 gallons of water a day. So to me, that's not an issue as long as they're clear about how much they're going to use, and the local municipality can handle it, and they're paying for it. And if they need to put in additional infrastructure to supply more water that they're paying for it, I'm fine with it. I can live with it. But they have to do those things, which up till now, they're not. I'm not sure how it's working in the South. Maybe in the South, the power grids work differently. But in the PJM, this is exactly how it's working. When they build data centers, hyperscale data centers, understand that even a small one at 50 megawatts uses more electricity than an average sized town in Pennsylvania. Like it's gargantuan, their thirst for electricity. So, and if they build them anywhere across the PJM, the price goes up because they are not building their own generation. Show me where they're building their own generation in the PJM. Show you. $1,000 says they're not. Like they're just not. They're not.
Well, that's what that's what Hochul said. I mean, I thought when she laid out as governor, actually, it was interesting. It made sense to me. And she said, look, if you want to build a data center here, provide your own power, provide your own infrastructure, and it's not going to cost. It's not going to get sucked out of our grid, and we're not going to spread it over all of our ratepayers to pay for the infrastructure for the power company to build it. So you're able to suck it up. I mean, she had a compelling argument, right?
Right. Right. That's the issue. That's the issue. People don't understand that what the grid is that we draw our power from here in Pennsylvania. And there's 13 states plus the District of Columbia that all go to the same well of electricity. And so any data center in any of those states that comes and doesn't bring their own power generation is making electricity more expensive for everybody else. That's just the way that it works.
That's what's happening in Virginia. Hey, Stephanie, I'm going to give you the final word. You got a half a minute. Wrap us up. Stephanie Borowitz.
Oh, my goodness. Yeah, I just think that Pennsylvania just overall has to head back to a commonwealth that has the principles like Ronald Reagan. As Scott was saying, which way are we going to go? It's government's not the solution, government's the problem. All
right, guys, we got to go. Stephanie Borowitz, Scott Barger, I want to thank you for being with us, House of Delegates member. Mike Farley, thank you, Mike. And guys, work on that Pace-O-Matic skill games bill before these get ripped out of there. You guys get off the stick and get me a bill. You know how many people have called me up on it? American Legions, VFW halls. I've got 50 phone calls that tune into the show. They want to know, why don't we have a bill? Just saying.
Totally agree.
Get a bill. Just put a bill in so people can rally around it. Just get a bill.
Yep.
Thanks, guys, for being with us. PA Posse, always my favorite. Guys, Michael Patrick Leahy coming up next. Follow me on social media at JF Radio Show. And don't forget, so easy, I'll be back with Back at you 6 to 10 a.m. Monday to Friday. Michael Patrick Lay next. Have a great day.
Texas. Gas prices have risen up to a national average of $4 a gallon